All rise for the Honorable Judge Simzik.
Court is in session. Please be seated. At this time, the court calls the people of the state of California versus Timothy Richard Heidecker, case number 02-CF025. Will the parties please state their appearances for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Vincent Rossetti, representing the people of the state of California. I am the District Attorney for San Bernardino County, and I will be lead counsel. Assisting me is Miriam Wayman, Assistant District Attorney, also from San Bernardino.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Dwyer for the defense. With me is Timothy Richard Heidecker.
Hi, Judge.
Welcome.
Thank you, Judge, for doing this.
Mr. Heidecker, please allow Mr. Dwyer to speak for you. That is his job. Good morning, jurors. The court has already called the case of the people versus Timothy Richard Heidecker, case number 02-CF025. Now, in a moment, I'm going to be reading you some opening instructions, but before we do that, we need to swear you in. So at this time, I'm going to ask you to all please rise. Thank you. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and weigh the testimony of witnesses and evidence as a whole. You will be the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses. You will be the sole judges of the believability. It will be up to you to determine what weight to give to their testimony. Now, in determining the credibility of each witness, there are several factors I invite you to please take into consideration. First, whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the outcome of this trial. Secondly, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor while on the stand. Thirdly, the clarity or lack of clarity in their recollections. Any bias or prejudice, if that has been demonstrated by either side, and possible motives for falsifying testimony. Now, to assist you in evaluating the evidence, I'm going to read you portions of specific jury instructions, which you'll be following. These instructions will be read in full before you are sent out to deliberate. Defendant is charged with counts 1 through 20 of second-degree felony murder under Section 541B of the California Penal Code. Now, to prove the defendant is guilty of second-degree felony murder, the people must prove several facts here. First off, the defendant did an act that caused the death of another person. Secondly, that act was a felony. Thirdly, that the act causing the death and the inherently dangerous felony were part of the same transaction. Now, the defendant may also be guilty of felony murder under another theory. Even if another person did the act that resulted in the death, the defendant may still be guilty. I'm going to refer to that other person as the perpetrator for the purpose of this portion of the jury instructions. The people must prove under this theory that 1, the defendant committed, aided and abetted, or was a member of a conspiracy to commit an inherently dangerous felony. Secondly, the perpetrator committed said inherently dangerous felony. Thirdly, the perpetrator did an act that caused the death of another person. And fourth, the act causing the death and the inherently dangerous felony were part of one continuous transaction. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt, at the conclusion of the trial, that the defendant directly committed all of these elements of second-degree murder, you must find him guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. Members of the jury, at this time we are going to hear the opening statement from the state. Mr. Rossetti, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor. Counsel for the defense, Mr. Dwyer. Survivors, victims, family, and friends. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. We're going to be spending some time together over the next few days to answer one simple question. Did Timothy Heidecker
Excuse me.
Is Timothy Heidecker a killer? I will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, using physical evidence, expert and witness testimony, and Mr. Heidecker's own words, that the answer to that question is yes. Timothy Heidecker is a killer. You know, at first glance, one looks at Mr. Heidecker, and one doesn't see a killer. I certainly don't. I see an upstanding member of our community who's well-dressed, not a bad-looking guy. He's intelligent, educated. You'll see that when he gives his testimony. And he's obviously affluent, actually probably wealthy. I mean, he has to be. He's hired Mr. Dwyer, who is a colleague who has my utmost respect. He's a wonderful criminal defense attorney. And let's be honest. Mr. Heidecker didn't bludgeon someone with a baseball bat. He didn't slash someone with a knife. He didn't shoot someone with a pistol. But what Mr. Heidecker did is more diabolical. He filled the lungs of his innocent victims with a chemical cocktail, which he knew to be toxic, that left the last few moments of their lives them in such agony and pain that we can't even begin to imagine. You know, I wish I could say that that happened to one victim, but I can't. It didn't happen to 10 victims. It didn't happen to 50 victims. It didn't happen to 100 victims. It happened to 157 innocent victims, 20 of which are dead because of the actions of Mr. Heidecker. And the remaining 137 innocent victims, some of which are sitting in the courtroom today, are left with debilitating physical and neurological problems that will plague them for the rest of their lives. It gets worse. I wish Mr. Heidecker's heinous crimes ended there, but they don't. You're going to learn about the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival, an unpermitted, illegal, chaotic event operated by Mr. Heidecker. An event that you will learn was a fraudulent commercial scheme. You hear what I'm saying? Scheme by Mr. Heidecker, which left a wake of unpaid vendors and artists, dozens of lawsuits, and injuries and fatalities on a scale our community has never seen. You will also hear about TCH vape systems, another criminal enterprise owned and operated by Mr. Heidecker. Witnesses will testify that TCH vape systems, through Mr. Heidecker, sold their portable vaporizers at the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival. Expert witnesses will testify that these portable vaporizers contain a dangerous chemical known to Mr. Heidecker to cause illness and be potentially fatal when inhaled. There's more. You will hear about Luther Sanchez. Luther Sanchez was a business associate of Mr. Heidecker. Mr. Heidecker repeatedly, misleadingly, and fraudulently referred to Mr. Sanchez as Dr. San, despite the fact that Dr. San never had a medical degree, medical training, or any medical background whatsoever. You know, you think Dr. San, it's such an endearing term. It's almost someone that I'd bring my children to. See, you know, Dr. San. I trust him with my children's lives. Well, these children trusted Dr. San and Mr. Heidecker when they bought those vaporizers at the Electric Sun Music Festival from them. You will learn that Luther Sanchez entered into a criminal conspiracy with Mr. Heidecker to manufacture those vaporizers, to market them, and to sell them. Now I'm going to tell you about another tragedy. Mr. Sanchez committed suicide. Dr. San was so stricken with grief and remorse over the nature of his criminal acts that resulted in the death of these 20 kids that he committed suicide to also avoid facing criminal charges. Now, I told you a few minutes ago about Mr. Dreyer. Mr. Dreyer will present his case, and he will use every trick in his book to mislead you into believing that it wasn't Mr. Heidecker who was responsible for these heinous crimes, but it was the deceased, Dr. San. We will provide evidence, I believe to your satisfaction, demonstrating that TCH vape systems and those vaporizers, those lethal, deadly vaporizers sold by Mr. Heidecker, were done so by a company he owned solely and operated, and he bears full responsibility for the safety of the products sold by that company. We will also ask witnesses to testify as to the moral character of Mr. Heidecker, or maybe I should say amoral. These witnesses will testify as to the pattern of behavior which demonstrates a cold and callous indifference and recklessness towards the lives of others. The suffering caused by Mr. Heidecker has devastated our community. We seek justice not only for these 20 kids, the electric 20, after they've been churned by the national press and media, but also for the family and friends, other victims and survivors. It will be your job during the course of this proceeding to please listen carefully and be very discriminating in making your decision. And fulfill your duty to see that justice is done and Mr. Heidecker is convicted on all charges. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rossetti.
You're welcome.
Mr. Dwyer, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Before we get to your statement, let me remind everyone in the courtroom that decorum and respect are an essential part of criminal justice.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we have here is an unimaginable tragedy. numerous lives ruined, a community shattered, 20 kids dead, all as a result of the misdeeds of a madman. He called himself Dr. San. He was not a doctor, far from it. His real name was Luther Sanchez, and I think many in the room would agree that the punishment he received is one that fits the crime: death. Sanchez himself must have agreed in a sense, because he took his own life. Justice was served. We all now are familiar with the electric Desert Sun 20. You see their faces over there on that board. 20 kids, teenagers, young adults, sons, daughters, sisters, brothers. In this case, ladies and gentlemen, there is a 21st victim of Mr. Sanchez, my client, Timothy Heidecker, a man whose only crime was believing in himself and in his young fans and wanting the two parties to get together at this ambitious and benevolent music festival. Unfortunately, Timothy, like a lot of folks who encountered Mr. Sanchez, was hoodwinked. Tim was led astray by this purported doctor, a total fraud, a con man who was an expert at hiding his criminal past, whose major skill in life was not healing the sick, but pretending to be something he was not, and hurting a lot of people in the process. Was it Timothy Richard Heidecker who dreamed up, who cooked up, who served up that toxic, poisonous sludge that these kids smoked? No. The recipe came entirely from the twisted brain of the late Mr. Sanchez. Timothy had no input whatsoever. Timothy was focused solely on his music and on making the Desert Sun Music Festival the best that it could be, in boosting the economy here in the Victor Valley, as well as giving these kids a weekend of high-quality entertainment that this region sorely needs. The kids in this case were good kids. One was a budding veterinarian. One was helping his dad with his roofing business. Another had just completed a Mormon mission in Costa Rica. Yet another was going to nursing school. Good people. But we all make mistakes, even the best of us. In this situation, a Friday night out, these kids made a choice. We will introduce toxicology reports to show that the deceased, in every case, misused these vape pens, inhaling much more than the recommended dosage, and in certain cases, and this is important, in conjunction with other substances which may indeed have been the true cause of death. Ecstasy, marijuana, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine. Our toxicologists will show that some of these illegal substances were found in amongst the ingredients of Dr. San brand vape juice in the autopsy reports. And so, to blame Timothy Heidecker is to make a 21st victim out of an innocent man. Mr. Heidecker did not force these kids to make the choices that they made. And Mr. Heidecker had nothing at all to do with the recipe or the manufacture of the actual vape juice that may or may not have been the contributing factor to the actual cause of death here. We will produce dozens of character witnesses to testify under oath that Mr. Heidecker, in fact, since the tragic death of his own son, little Tom Cruise Heidecker, has devoted himself 100% to making the world a better place through his music and the poetry of his lyrics. And these witnesses will unanimously prove that every time Timothy attempted to do a good deed, Luther Sanchez was there in the shadows, trying to turn it into something bad, trying to turn a quick buck, manipulating Timothy as he had so many others. Pretending to be a doctor, a force for good, when in fact he was a quack or something worse. Yes, there is a guilty party in this case, and we will show through his own taped testimony, the late-night interrogation of Luther Sanchez, that he acted alone and that he paid the price alone when he hung himself in the Apple Valley jail cell. Justice was served. Now let's honor the memories of the Electric Sun 20 and make sure that Timothy Heidecker does not become victim 21. Let's make sure that this innocent man walks free. The American tradition of justice and human decency deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. Are the people prepared to call their first witness?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. The prosecution calls Emily Siroky to the stand.
Excuse me, Judge.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can be seated, Ms. Siroky. Thank you for being here today. Were you present at the event known as the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival on April 14th, 2007?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain why you attended?
I went with some friends. Not a lot of live music comes to the area, so it was just kind of something to do on a Friday night.
Were you there to see any particular artists?
No, I'm not really a fan of EDM, so I had never heard of any of the acts before.
And can you just explain for them what EDM is?
It's a type of music, kind of electronic.
Thank you. Now, just tell us, what was it that you saw at the festival while you were there?
It was really unorganized and chaotic. I only saw 3 porta potties there, and later I heard that one of those overflowed, so they locked it. And then people started squatting and peeing next to the stage because there weren't any trees or bushes or anything that they could go behind for privacy. The sound...
We have a fly in the room, Judge. Do we want to...
You can proceed, Ms. Siroky. Sorry about the interruption.
The sound was really distorted. I heard people complaining about how loud it was. On the flyer, it said there would be food trucks, but there weren't any. I only saw one table where you could buy bottles of water, but it was like the little half bottles for $10.
Wow. So, did you see anything else besides the overpriced water that was being given away or sold?
Yes, I saw 2 guys handing out vape pens.
And did you see anyone using the vape devices at the festival?
A lot of people were using them, and they smelled really bad.
Now, do you recognize anyone here today that was handing out the so-called vape pens?
Yes, that man right there.
Let the record show that the witness has identified the defendant, Tim Heidecker. Now, there were hundreds of people at the festival. How do you know that the defendant was the person you remember being there?
I would never forget him.
And why is that?
He ran over my friend's foot with a golf cart.
Wow. Can you tell the jury about that?
Mr. Heidecker was driving a golf cart through the crowd, and he ran over my friend Andrew's foot. We yelled at him to stop and that he had hit Andrew's foot, but he just kept going.
So he didn't stop to help your friend?
No.
Was there anyone else with him in the golf cart when this happened?
Yes, there was a man with a beard, and he was not wearing a shirt.
Now, do you recognize the bearded man in this photo?
That's him.
Let the record show that the witness has identified Luther Sanchez. Now, Ms. Siroky, did you see anyone at the festival that appeared to be sick or injured?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Can you just tell us what you saw at the festival?
During the DKR set, a lot of people started falling over and passing out. Some people went into convulsions. They were just getting really sick, but the band kept playing like they didn't notice, or maybe they didn't even care.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
What happened next after you saw this going on?
I just wanted to go home after that started happening, but it was really hard to find an exit. But people just kept getting sick.
Now, were you eventually able to leave the festival?
Yes, eventually the police came and put the whole place on lockdown, but it was still really hard to leave. The parking lot was a mess because everyone was trying to get out. There were a lot of emergency vehicles and there were some helicopters. It was by far the worst night of my life.
Were you and your friends able to make it home safely that night?
Yes, we were, but it was after 1 a.m.
Thank you for your testimony, Emily. Your witness?
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness at this time.
You're excused. Thank you, Ms. Siroky. People prepared to call their next witness.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Judge, we gotta fly. I don't know if there's
Mr.
a
Dwyer?
ruling on that.
Yes, I'll speak to my client, Your Honor.
Thank you. If the bailiff could see to the fly at the break, the court would appreciate it.
The prosecution calls Lisa Betenzos to the stand.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you for being here today, Miss Betenzos.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background? How long have you been an EMT?
Yes, I started volunteering in college as a first responder, and then I decided to commit my life to it. So I became an EMT and then a paramedic. I've now been a paramedic for over 12 years.
And
We salute your service, just for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And how long have you been with the Apple Valley Paramedics Unit?
The full 12 years.
Now, I want to take you back to April 14th of 2017 of this year. Did you respond to a call dispatching you to the grounds of the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival?
Yes, we were dispatched to the scene of the festival with reports of multiple injuries and incapacitations.
About how long did it take you from the time of the dispatch for you to arrive at the gate of the festival?
Approximately 10 minutes.
How long from that time until you were able to access the grounds and begin to treat injuries?
It took about 20 to 25 minutes.
20 to 25 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was for you to get from this area over here?
Yes, there were 2 large moving vans parked in front of the entrance, so we were not able to get in.
Okay.
They were illegally parked in a fire lane. And as you can tell, the parking lot was too small for the event, so a lot of the cars were double or triple parked. It was very hard to navigate around.
So then what did you do next?
Well, we decided to get out of the ambulance and enter the festival on foot.
And then were you eventually able to get the vehicles moved?
Yes, we finally were able to find one of the festival volunteers that had the keys that were able to move the vehicles.
Now, is 25 minutes a normal amount of time to gain access to a location?
No, it is not normal.
And could you have saved more lives if you had access to the location and it had not been blocked?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Just tell us what you saw when you did gain access to the location.
When we first got to the scene, there were multiple casualties, at least a dozen at first. There were many people who had fallen to the ground and were scattered about. There were some people who were trying to give them water, but a lot of the injured were vomiting. When we got there, we started our emergency triage operation, but it was so much that we ended up having to call in paramedics from 3 different counties.
Now, were there any medical personnel at the festival when you got there?
No, not to my knowledge. We were referred to Dr. San, but he did not appear to have any medical capabilities, nor did he seem to be coherent.
Now, when you say Dr. San, are you referring to this man in the photo here, Luther Sanchez?
Yes, ma'am.
Please let the record show that the witness has identified Luther Sanchez. Now, was Mr. Sanchez attempting to help the injured?
That's not exactly what I would say. He did give one of the injured some water, but otherwise he was just placing crystals around the bodies.
I'm sorry, crystals? What do you mean?
Crystals like you would buy at a gift shop. He was placing them around the bodies of the deceased.
No further questions. Your witness?
Ms. Betenzos, I'm Mark Dwyer. I represent the defendant in this action. You stated that it took you about 20 or 25 minutes to get from where the trucks were parked to the center of the event area. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let me just be clear on this then. So you're saying when you arrived to the festival, these two trucks were blocking your entrance?
Yes.
And so what did you do next? You mentioned something about getting some keys. What steps did you take to get past this obstacle?
Well, we decided to leave our ambulance at the front of the entrance and just go ahead and take as much equipment as we could carry.
Okay, but how did you ultimately get in? You said that somebody moved the trucks eventually?
They did eventually, so we were able to move the ambulance more closer to where all the injured were.
So during this 20, 25 minutes of downtime, what did you do?
Objection. The witness is not on trial here.
Sustained.
So did you make any efforts to find any other entrances?
To our knowledge, there was not any other entrance where we could have gotten our truck through.
And do you notice there's a pedestrian entrance just a short distance from the vehicle entrance?
Yes, sir, but we would not have been able to get our truck through that entrance. It was not designed for vehicles of the ambulance size.
So nobody moved the trucks to allow you, because you said earlier you had to have your ambulance to render sufficient aid. Now you're saying you walked in rather than driving in with the truck?
No, we did walk in, but it is more efficient to have our ambulance with us. So as soon as we were able to have the trucks moved, we did have the ambulance move closer to where the injured were located.
Okay, I see. So then if you had gone through the pedestrian entrance by foot, wouldn't that have allowed you to render immediate assistance instead of waiting almost a half hour to do so?
No, sir. Like I was saying, it wouldn't have saved any time to go through the pedestrian entrance because we still would have had to grab all of our equipment. So if I had to speculate, it actually would have taken us 25 to 30 minutes then, sir.
Well, we may have a witness that may contradict that.
Mr. Dwyer?
Were you by yourself that night, or did you have any assistance as far as other paramedic crew?
No, there were 2 paramedics, which is standard on any ambulance.
You plus one?
Yes, sir.
And again, with the 20 to 25 minute delay, did your partner make any efforts to find another gate while you were waiting for 20 or 25 minutes at the main entrance?
No, we were busy getting our equipment ready so we could walk into the festival.
So you made no efforts, isn't that correct?
Sir, we were going into the entrance that we were aware of.
Exactly. Thank you, Your Honor.
Witness is excused.
Lives could have said, have they had their shit together?
No, you just made it seem like she made it seem like she was on.
We have a plan.
You prepared to call your next witness?
The prosecution calls Gerald Jolson to the stand, Your Honor.
Start doing your job, because you've been doing.
I'm the guy who went to law school.
I understand.
You know, they're gonna
I'm
try
paying
this
you money. You should. Put the compound in. Get this done. I understand. This is bullshit.
I gotta do my job. Come on.
Jared, if you'd have a seat over here.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you for being with us, Jared. Now, were you present at the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival?
Yes, I was.
And what time did you arrive at the festival?
Me and my 2 buddies, Tyler and Brett, we arrived in the parking lot around 6 p.m.
And why did you attend the festival?
Well, we went to see Marcus Westfield play his set.
Can you describe the conditions at the festival when you arrived?
Yeah, so first thing we noticed is there wasn't really any staff. We had our VIP tickets, which we had pre-ordered, but we weren't asked for them. We kind of just walked right in, and we saw some other people just entering through some holes in the gate. So it really, above all else, was just disappointing.
And how was it disappointing?
Well, the VIP tickets, which we had ordered, they were supposed to come with front viewing.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
We're trying to establish, Your Honor, the experience at the festival because the defendant has said that it was one of the top music festivals, but there were a number of things that were not available.
I'll allow the questioning, but let's make sure we wrap it up.
Okay. Go ahead, Jerry.
Well, the VIP tickets, they were supposed to come with free food and drinks in a special VIP area with bathrooms. And also, we were supposed to receive a T-shirt and a laminate from the festival. And we did not receive any of those things. Even the bathrooms, there was no bathrooms.
Now, was there any food or water available to you?
Well, the water was being sold. It wasn't free, which wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't so hot, but it was like 110 that day. And there was one table with some Austin peanut butter crackers laid out, but it was open to everyone, so.
So the only food you saw was water and peanut butter crackers?
That is correct.
Now, did you see the defendant at the festival?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant?
He was the one who gave me the vape pen.
And can you tell us about that interaction?
Well, he was handing them out there was one other guy, kind of quiet guy with a beard.
And do you recognize that gentleman in the photo as being the gentleman you saw?
Yes, I believe that's him.
Okay, let the record show that the witness identified Luther Sanchez. Now, when he gave you this vape pen, was it free?
Yes, the initial vape pen was free, and it came with a little bit of vape juice inside of it. But then each refill cartridge was $40.
Now, did you receive any training or information about how to use the vape pen?
No, ma'am. I did just receive a flyer with the vape pen.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Jared, can you tell us, is this the flyer that you saw?
Yes, that is.
Let the record show that the witness has identified item number 203 as the flyer.
So what? I mean, you should object. It doesn't matter.
Now, did you use the vape pen that you were given?
Yes, it was free, so I took one, and I only got like one puff of it before it started leaking on me, and it got all over my joggers and kind of ruined my pants. And when I was trying to fix it to see what was wrong with it, it kind of just broke apart, and there were no trash cans at the festival, so I put the pieces on the ground and covered them with dirt.
Now, you said you did use the vape pen. Can you describe the experience of taking in the vape?
Yeah, it was not pleasant. From just the one puff that I took, what I experienced was like burning in my lungs. I felt the juice go all the way down through my throat, and I started getting very sweaty after that. I started having trouble breathing and maintaining my ability to move properly.
Now, were you worried about your health at this point?
I was getting concerned about my health.
Did you try to get another vape pen or get a replacement?
No, ma'am. I was pretty dissatisfied with the first one, so.
Did you see anyone else who appeared to be sick at the festival?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
Can you describe what you saw at the festival regarding other participants?
I remember it was during DKR's set, I believe. I was right at the front of the stage, And the first thing I can remember is just screaming behind me, just loud screaming. So I turned around, and what I saw was someone who was falling down and twitching, and then I saw someone else try to run up and help them, but she was just falling over and having muscle spasms. And I saw this happening to multiple people. Some of them were foaming out of the mouth, and they had rashes all over their body. I tried to make a phone call to 911, but there was no connection. I just remember the sound of the music playing, DKR singing empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle, over and over again. And I'll never forget that sound. I thought they would see this and stop the festival, but they just kept playing, and they just continued with the rest of their set. At that point, some people were beyond help.
Thank you for your testimony, Jared.
Thank you.
Your witness?
I got this, don't worry. We're fine. Mr. Jolson, my name is Mark Dwyer. I represent Timothy Heidecker. Mr. Jolson, how old are you?
19.
Are you a regular concert goer?
Well, my friends had gotten me going to EDM festivals, and I had been to a few before this.
In the last year, how many EDM concerts have you been to?
This was my third one.
Was this event on April 14, 2017, was that the first Apple Valley outdoor concert you've been to?
Yes, sir.
You know the band, the headlining band that was
DKR.
performing, DKR? Do you know Mr. Heidecker is a member of that band?
Yes, I do.
So I have a question then. You had said that Mr. Heidecker was giving out the vape pens along with the bearded gentleman, Mr. Sanchez.
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know that we have witnesses that will say that Mr. Heidecker was actually performing with his band at the time you said you were receiving a vape pen from him?
Well, DKR had many sets throughout the festival, so I wouldn't be surprised that they were performing a lot that day.
So is it possible that you got the vape pen from Luther Sanchez and not from my client, Timothy Heidecker?
I believe he was the one who gave it to me.
But you're not sure. You said you went with two friends, Tyler and Brett.
That is correct.
How old are they?
They're also 19.
And what did you do before the festival?
Well, prior to the festival, I had picked up my friends from their houses, and in the parking lot, we did hotbox in my car prior to entering.
Can you tell the jury what you mean by doing a hot box?
That's where you smoke a lot of weed, and the car is full of the fumes.
This is,
Okay.
we need we
Your
need to go
Honor,
further?
could you direct the witness not to?
I'm asking if we need to, I'm sorry.
Mr.
but-
Heidecker, please allow your counsel to speak for you. That's what he's being paid for.
Well, you're not doing your job.
Mr.
you're not-
Heidecker,
We're
Okay.
fine.
I can't talk to my attorney?
not while he is
We'll
examining.
talk on a break, all right? We'll talk on a break.
You need a recess, Mr. Dwyer?
I just wanted for the record to know that he's
Do you need
not,
to
he should be calling for a mistrial because at this point he's admitted
Mr.
that he's.
Heidecker,
Okay, all right.
Mr. Heidecker.
Just relax. I've got this.
You,
All right, we left off with you where you said you were doing a hot box with your companions in the parking lot at the venue, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in addition to smoking marijuana with your friends, were you doing any other drugs or using alcohol?
I did have a very small bottle of tequila
well,
with me.
Your Honor, okay. Good luck.
Okay, let's get back to your drinking and smoking weed. So you were smoking pot in the car, you were doing a hot box, as you described it, which is when the car is filled with the marijuana smoke, and it's like being inside of a bong. Would that be a fair depiction?
Your Honor, defense is testifying again.
Once again, Mr. Dwyer, questions, not statements.
And also, why isn't he
bringing up, I'm sorry.
Mr. Heidecker, would you like us to add a contempt charge to what you're on trial here for today?
Nice.
Because I will do it.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
You described being in the car with a marijuana hot box. Is that similar to being, say, like with a bong? The effects of being inside of a bong?
I would say it's exactly like being inside of a bong.
And were you also drinking in addition to doing the hot box effect? Were you drinking in the car?
Your objection, Your Honor, this line of questioning, it's unnecessary. He's established that the witness was drinking and smoking marijuana. That's been established.
Questioning does go to the credibility of the witness. I'm going to allow it just a little bit longer, Mr. Dwyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. So aside from the hot box in the car and the drinking later in the festival, did you do any other drugs?
No, sir. Those were all the substances.
So after the hot box, when you entered the festival, would it be fair to say you and your friends were quite stoned?
We were not totally stoned at that point, but we had a few hits.
You were stoned?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you compounded that by drinking the tequila, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So when you said that you looked around and didn't see security, isn't it fair to say that your senses were impaired the moment you stepped on those grounds?
I would say that with my experience with marijuana, I was able to remember things accurately.
Well, you said you took one puff of the vape pen, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you have any kind of intoxicating effect or not from the vape pen?
No. What I got from the vape pen was mostly physical ailments.
How do we know that the ailments you described earlier are not from your drinking and smoking?
Objection, Your
marijuana in the
Honor, it's
car?
calling for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. You did say you were stoned when you entered the fairground, the festival grounds, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Did you have any adverse reactions from drinking the tequila? Did you feel nauseated?
I did not feel nauseated. In fact, it was the only thing that made the festival more fun.
That's unbelievable. I mean, sorry.
Did you see Mr. Sanchez at the festival at any place other than at the booth?
No, he was at the booth throughout the whole day.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Witness is excused. Thank you.
Fucking ground.
Mr. Heidecker, you are that close.
Approach
You
the
are
bench.
that close.
Approach the bench.
Relax, relax.
No, you may not approach the bench.
Do you want to take a break?
All right, I think we need a brief recess.
Yes.
I certainly agree. We are in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go inside.
Ridiculous.
What's the matter with you? What did I fucking tell you?
Believe this?
Morning.
Good morning.
Where's Dryer?
lose this? Can we lose this chair, sir? Can we lose this?
Is Mr. Dwyer coming today?
I'll discuss that with the judge.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Simzik.
Court is now in session. Case the People's State of California versus Timothy Richard Heidecker, case number 02-CF025, continuing. Please be seated.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Yes, Mr. Heidecker, you may.
I've had issues with Mark Dwyer. So I'm going to be, as we discussed, we're going to be representing myself.
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is highly unusual.
Mr. Rossetti, if you give us just a second here, please. I understand your objection.
I feel like I'm the best person for this job. I can be able to represent myself.
Mr. Heidecker, I must advise you. There are many risks involved.
I understand, but there was no way I was going to continue with Mark. And I think this is the best course of action, so unless I would like to proceed with my own defense.
Okay.
It's my right.
Mr. Heidecker, understand something. I will allow you some latitude.
Okay.
But I expect the same level of decorum and courtesy that I'd expect from a member of the bar from you.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. Mr. Cisney, we good? If it please the court, I would appreciate the opportunity to make a new opening statement.
Yeah,
Briefly.
briefly.
Thank you.
Mr. Heidecker has terminated his relationship with Mr. Dwyer, and he'll be representing himself in this matter. The court has advised Mr. Heidecker that we expect the same level of decorum that we would expect of a member of the bar of California.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you to the prosecution for all the work they do for the for the San Bernardino County. We appreciate it. Jury, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, thank you very much for your time on this important case. I first would just request that you disregard the statements of Mr. Dwyer from the past, from yesterday. He was not a good fit, and also, I believe, had other, I mean, I don't want to get into it, but there were...
Excuse me, Your Honor, I have a problem with Mr. Heidecker representing himself. I'm concerned about a mistrial. He's obviously incompetent.
I am competent, Your Honor.
Incapable of representing himself.
Please, if I may continue.
Nonetheless, he has the right under the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution of the State of California to proceed as his own counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whatever reservations others may have.
As you say.
And let's just acknowledge and thank our judge here, Judge Sismic. I was making a joke with my brothers over here that I feel like I'm on Wheel of Fortune, and we should say, can I buy a vowel because of the last name, but we're just a joke. Nothing more than a joke, folks. Lighting the mood. Just again, I want to restate my innocence, that there's absolutely no evidence that will be presented in this case to indicate me as the guilty party. Let us just remember that I am a father. I'm actually a widower of I had a son who passed away, so I don't know if that's a widow, whatever that is, but he also went at the hand of this Dr. Sanchez. So we already have the murderer sort of in our midst, in our grasp. And let me just check my notes. Father, then there is some concern that perhaps the contents of the materials that we discuss, the vape technology, did have some issues. And I think you're going to see through my testimony, through my evidence that I'm going to present, is that there is good evidence that perhaps the Chinese, the chemicals that they sent us, unbeknownst to us, were part of the problem. But again, I didn't have access to the materials. So, what else? I just want to close before we begin with, I just want to talk about Chris Delgado. Now, there's some amazing kids up here, and we've gotten to know some of them, gotten to know some of their families. These are the Electric Sun 20, right? But Christopher Delgado is important to me. They're all important to me. Let me just set that back, strike that. We're all important, especially these 20. But Chris haunts me, okay? Because before the festival sort of got underway, I think probably about 5 o'clock that day, I was setting up, I was getting my laptops all set up and sort of making sure everything was running smooth. And Chris Delgado comes up to me. And I only figured this out after, once the story comes out about who had perished and got put the names to the faces. I thought, oh, I remember him, that's Chris Delgado. I had met Chris before the show, and he had come up to me. And he said, listen, I'm really excited about the show, and I'm excited to be here, but, and this is going to haunt me probably till the day I die. He said, if anything should happen to me today, and, you know, I hope it doesn't, I want you to know, I want the world to know, I want San Bernardino, everybody to know that he said to me, you didn't do anything wrong today. You didn't cause any trouble. And that's, what a prophecy, right? Because how would he know that something bad would happen? Of course, Chris and the Delgado family have been wonderful. They've been very supportive.
Objection, Your Honor, stating a conclusion.
I can't object during an opening statement, but...
Actually, he can.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Under this circumstance? Okay. Well...
We've gone beyond the scope of the opening statement, Mr. Heidecker.
I understand. I'm wrapping it up. Can I have permission to wrap it up?
Please confine it to the evidence.
The point I want to make is that this trial is as a kangaroo court. I am being unjustly tried, and I'm being unjustly prosecuted for crimes of which I did not commit. Okay? In conclusion, I would just like to wrap things up. What we have now is the opportunity to put this all behind us. No one's coming back. These kids aren't coming back. I got news for you. I got news for the parents. Nobody's coming back. Okay? They're gone. What happened, happened. But now, I'm trying to get the Tom Cruise Memorial Foundation, Arts Foundation, funding the Electric Sun 20 Music Foundation, okay? And my funds are frozen because of the charges against me. So I'm in a position now where I can't even give back to this wonderful community. I can't get the partnership with Guitar Center going, where we're giving out gift certificates to underprivileged kids so that we can get them getting laptops and them making beats, and then they'd be up on that poster. Okay? This is about moving forward. This is about saying that sweet little word we want to hear in a couple days, innocent. So I can get back to doing the good work I've already started doing, starting the Electric Sun Music Foundation, which honors every single one of those kids, including Christopher Delgado, okay? And we might even call it the Chris Fund or the Delgado Fund, okay? We want to honor these kids, and the best way we can do this is not slapping some phony charge against me, which is bullshit. I apologize.
Mr. Heidecker,
I apologize. It is BS. Okay? Throw the charges out. We found the criminal, we found the judge, we found this piece of ass right here is the guy who belongs in jail, but you can't put a corpse in jail. Okay? You can't put, like I said on cinema, you can't put a corpse in the electric chair. So here I am. I'm the fall guy. But it's not going to go down like that because you guys are smart and good looking, and I'm glad you're here because I trust in your judgment. And all you have to do is say innocent. You can be a part of the foundation if you want. In other words, if you have music ambition in your heart, come to me. We'll figure it out. Okay? And thanks to my brothers for being here. You guys are keeping my spirits up, and they are my rock and roll. So, giving you a lot to think about. I got some witnesses coming during the trial.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can Mr. Heidecker wrap up his show?
yes, Mr. Heidecker, you represented to us 5 minutes ago. You were wrapping up.
I understand. I will just say thank you very much. And remember one thing, innocent, didn't do it. Was actually on stage doing, with my laptops, making my beats, DKR, when this happened. You could look at the timeline. I was up here, while all the unfortunate casualties were happening. So how is this guy, I'll say this when I interview other people, but how is this guy up here killing people down there? That's the only question I have to answer. It's on them to answer that. I don't have an answer for you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Heidecker. The jury is admonished that statements of Mr. Heidecker during his opening statement are not evidence he was not under oath. It was an opening statement, nothing more, nothing less.
Okay.
Is the prosecution ready to call its next witness?
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Detective William Ellis to the stand.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the court, please.
Detective Bill Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
What is your rank?
I'm a lieutenant with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's.
Can you tell the court a little bit about your background and experience?
Yeah, I have 25 years experience in law enforcement. Last 15 as a detective in homicides. I also been on the SWAT team, hostage negotiation team. I've also worked in vice, narcotics, gangs. I'm a drug recognition expert, trained and certified.
That's quite a background, Detective.
Well, when you've been involved in law enforcement for 25 years, you dabble in everything you can get your hands on.
Yes, you do. Can you tell the court what you saw and what you experienced the day of the tragedy when you walked onto the grounds of the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival?
Yes, when I arrived at the festival, there was mass confusion and chaotic situation. There were people running and screaming and yelling, and there's bodies on the ground. The festival had no permit issued to allow the festival to begin. There was multiple code fire violations. There was no running water. The bathroom facilities were at best described the worst conditions you can have. And there was no...
Objection. Sorry. Objection, Your Honor. Hygiene, I do not believe the hygiene of the festival is on trial here.
Mr. Heidecker, you have the opportunity to cross-examine Detective Ellis.
Appreciate that.
And there was inadequate security.
Can you tell us what you saw in this area?
Well, that is the area in which the vapor devices were being handed out.
Did you find injured victims on the grounds near the vape area tent?
Yes, I did. In fact, we found approximately 75 vaporized devices scattered all over the ground in the hands of some injured victims.
To the best of your recollection, Detective, do these red dots represent the bodies of the deceased on the grounds of the festival?
Well, there's more than that, but yeah.
Oh, objection. There are more, the prosecution is making assumptions at this point. We have demonstrated that by their dots that absolutely don't refer to anything, as far as I can tell.
Overruled.
Did you see Mr. Heidecker in this area?
Yes, I did. In fact, when I first saw him, he didn't introduce himself as the organizer of the event, or he didn't have any idea who the organizer was. He said he was just a performer, and he didn't know who was in charge or organized the festival.
Who did Mr. Heidecker identify himself as?
He was just a musical performer.
Did you have any reason to suspect that he was more than just a music performer?
Yes, after we interviewed several witnesses, along with Mr. Sanchez, did find out that Tim Heidecker was, in fact, the organizer of the festival.
So you did see and speak with Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, I did.
Dr. San, as he's affectionately known by the defendant. What was Mr. Sanchez doing?
He was trying to administrate more vapor to a victim on the ground.
Let me make sure I'm hearing this correctly, Detective. Did you say that Mr. Sanchez, Dr. San, was trying to administer more vapor to a victim on the ground?
Yes, he had placed a vaporized device in the mouth of an unconscious victim to attempt to apply more vapor into the victim.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Detective Ellis, did Mr. Sanchez say why he was doing this?
Yeah, after myself and some officers saluted him, he just simply said he was trying to save his life.
I don't understand. He was trying to save the victim's life by administering more vape, which had actually caused the injuries. Is that correct? I don't understand the logic of that. Yes,
that was his logic. In fact, he was saying that in order to counteract the negative effect of the vapor, he had to administer more vapor into the victim.
So what did you do when he was trying to administer more vape into the victim?
Well, myself and two San Bernardino sheriffs, Gutierrez and Smith, physically pulled him away from the victim.
I think the answer to this question is fairly obvious to the jury, but why did you stop him from administering the vape?
In all my 25 years in law enforcement, I've never seen one paramedic, one medical doctor, ever take an intoxicated person and put more intoxicant back into that same victim.
Did you detain Luther Sanchez?
Yes, I did. I transported him to San Bernardino County Sheriff's Station where I interrogated him for 2.5 hours.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd like to now play the Luther Sanchez interrogation video.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Your full name is Luther Sanchez, S-A-N-C-H-E-Z, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You understand you're not under arrest? You are free to go anytime you want. I just want to ask you a few questions concerning what happened at the festival earlier today.
Okay.
Can you tell me what was in the vape pens that you guys gave away?
Just Chinese herbs that Tim and I pulled together a pretty powerful formula that used herbs that have been proven for thousands of years, and we got rid of some things that were trouble in the past. And we used some Cordyceps sinensis, which is a fungus that grows high up in the mountains of Nepal. And it's when a spore comes and lands on the head of a caterpillar, and it kills the caterpillar and uses all the material in the caterpillar as fuel to grow the fungus. And that has spiritual properties that just open people to see their potential.
Oh, okay. Do you have a name for this thing you have? What's it called?
That's Dong Chong Xiaocao.
Excuse me, what was it?
Dong, D-O-N-G, Chong, C-H-O-N-G, Xia, X-I-A, Cao.
Wow. Was there anything else inside of the pins besides this thing you just mentioned?
Yes, there was some venom from the toad, Bufo alvarius. That has chemicals that are in our bodies in high percentages when we're born and when we die. So it's kind of like a gateway chemical that enables us to pass from one life into another.
Okay. Who else was involved besides just you? Involved in all this stuff you guys?
Just Tim and I. Tim, we worked on this formula together.
Are you referring to Tim Heidecker?
Yeah.
Is he in business with you, or what do you two guys do together?
He's kind of the idea man. He came up with the idea of these vape pens, and with my holistic healing background, we came up with the formula, worked on it and worked together, and he would go pick up the herbs from downtown Chinatown. And
what were you looking for to do with these vape pens? What do you want these kids to do?
We're looking for basically the opposite of what gets taught by the military. You know, how the military teaches you who to hate, and the media who they come up with, like, you know, now you hate this country, now you hate all these people. We just want to bring people together and have everyone realize that we're all on the same planet and we all have the same potential to open our minds to our different spiritual dimensions from throughout time, kind of beyond time. One of Tim's ideas was that he wanted everyone to experience the music on a cellular level, where...
On a what?
On a cellular level. Where they would take a hit off the vape pipe and they would internalize the music and they would feel the beat just down on a microscopic level.
So you want to do some kind of psychedelic trip on them, so they can hear the music better, see the music, or taste the music. Is that what you're looking for?
Be completely immersed in just the music and almost like lose your body, and like when you're in an environment that is the same temperature on the outside as your body and you kind of lose track of where your skin is.
I never had that experience, no, but were you checking IDs of any of the people that were coming up?
No.
No ID.
No, because, you know, like when...
Did you ever...
When the Republicans tried to have...
Whoa. Just relax, okay? I'm asking questions, okay? Just anybody who came up and gave you the money, you handed them a vape pen, is that right?
We weren't really worried that how old they were.
Well, you should be worried. How many people do you think got carried away and put in an ambulance? How many do you think?
Yeah, we didn't want to hurt anybody.
You don't want to hurt anybody? Well, you did. One girl was 12 years old. Have you ever been arrested before?
Yes, I have.
For what?
Just like misunderstandings.
Misunderstandings. No, there's no penal code section for misunderstanding. What were you arrested for? Were you arrested for drugs?
Just some bad checks.
Oh, bad checks, okay. Anything else? No, you will find out, so it's more beneficial for you if you tell me the truth now.
A little bit of cocaine stuff from 15 years ago when everyone was, you know...
I wasn't doing it. Selling or just using?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Large or small quantities?
That's all relative.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You doing small brands, or are you doing whole blocks? I'll find that out. I can get that. Okay, here's what's going to happen, Mr. Sanchez. Based on my interview with you right now, I'm going to place you under arrest for Pinnacle PC 187, which is murder. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to have an attorney present before or during any question. If you cannot afford it, an attorney won't be appointed free of charge. Do you understand these rights I explained to you just now?
Yes.
Do you wish to further talk to me about what happened?
No, I'll wait for an attorney. What about Tim?
What about Tim? What do you want to know?
I mean, we were partners and we worked together on this. And
I guarantee I'll be talking to Tim here pretty quick too. Is there anything else you want to say to me, or do you still want to wait for your attorney? Nothing you want to say about Tim? You're going to go down this by yourself?
we tried so hard to do something beautiful and we worked on this together.
Didn't quite what it did.
Detective Ellis, did you retrieve financial statement, invoices, and other files from the portable office of Mr. Heidecker on the festival grounds?
Yes, I did. And during our investigation, we gathered over 100 pieces of evidence pertaining to the evacuation, planning of the festival, and also the giveaway of the vaporizers.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a invoice from a chemical company in Shanghai that was invoiced, sent to and signed by Tim Heidecker.
Okay, and what was the name of that company in Shanghai?
Can I get my report to refresh my memory?
Yes, you may.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Thank you. The name of the company is K2 Biochemical Ltd, based out of Shanghai.
Detective, what was purchased with this invoice?
The order was purchased was 5 kilograms of a chemical called DMMA 1.3 dimethylamine, also known as methylhexadenine.
Methylhexadenine.
Yes.
Quite a tongue twister there.
Yes, it is.
Objection.
The tongue twister?
Is it a tongue
Overruled.
twister? Is it officially a tongue twister?
Overruled.
Methylhexadenine is a synthetic stimulant drug, and the other dimethylamine is a liquid substance that bodybuilders use to enhance muscle growth.
Innocent. What category of drug is it?
Actually, it's a narcotic,
It's a narcotic.
analgesic narcotic.
Narcotic, I see. Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce this invoice into evidence.
Objection? It's received.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like you to examine another document, Detective Ellis.
Okay. Okay. This is a check signed by Tim Heidecker.
The defendant, Tim Heidecker.
Yes, from the Tom Cruise Moral Arts Fund, LLC. The amount of $3,687.60, which was the amount that the chemical company charged him for his 2 methamphetamine and dimethylamine.
And who was the check made out to?
The check was made out to K2 Chemical Solutions out of Shanghai.
Okay, so let me just reiterate, Detective, for the benefit of the jury. So this check was payment for the invoice of the narcotics, and signed by Mr. Heidecker. The narcotics were used in the vape pipes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Where did you get a copy of this check?
Well, during our investigation, we went to the Valley Bank and presented them with a warrant to investigate Tim Heidecker's bank records and statements.
You tell me the relationship between the Tom Cruise Heidecker Memorial Arts Fund, LLC, and the defendant, Timothy Heidecker?
Yes, the Tom Cruise Heidecker Memorial Arts Fund, LLC is a so-called charitable organization that is run by Mr. Tim Heidecker.
Objection. Speculation is insinuating that it's not a charitable organization. I think that's disrespectful to my late son, and would want that stricken from the record. Thank you.
Sustained. Court reporter is ordered to strike the words "so-called" from the record.
Thank you,
The
Your
jury
Honor.
is instructed to disregard.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to admit this into evidence.
Objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Thank you. Detective Ellis, Dr. Sand talked about him being the idea man and Mr. Heidecker being the business person of the duo. I'd like you to examine this chart and tell me, based upon your research and investigation, the nature of the relationships between Mr. Heidecker and various business enterprises.
Well, with him, it was kind of simple. We just followed
If we follow the flow chart,
the full chart.
tell me if I'm correct. So we have Timothy Richard Heidecker, the defendant,
Yes.
doing business as Tom Cruise Heidecker Memorial Arts Fund. There's no LLC, there's no S Corporation, C Corporation like that. They were all DBAs, is that correct?
Yes, it's just simply DBAs. That's all they were. All they are just aliases all for Tim Heidecker.
Even though he did use symbols of these entities never existed. Okay. And the DBA actually had ownership through Mr. Heidecker in DKR Development Brands, TCH Vape Systems, is that correct?
That's correct.
TCH Films, and numerous other businesses, all owned by Mr. Heidecker.
All legal, but just basically they're just aliases all for Tim Heidecker.
So there were fraudulent enterprises.
Objection. There's nothing fraudulent about many of those companies that are proud American companies.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please, Mr. Rossetti.
I apologize, Your Honor. The way these companies were represented to the public, Inc., LLC, other formal business organizations that typically have to be registered with the state of California, were not registered. And in that sense, they were fraudulent, sir.
Like I say, they're all legal. It's just that they're all just aliases for Tim Heidecker. Very simple and very easy to link all these companies with Mr. Tim Heidecker. It wasn't hard at all.
All of these companies, they were associated with the Tom Cruise Heidecker Memorial Arts Fund. In other words, Mr. Heidecker. It takes a lot of money to operate these companies. How did Mr. Heidecker fund them?
Well, during an investigation, we found out there was 2 separate life insurance payouts to Mr. Tim Heidecker.
2 separate life insurance payouts.
Yes, sir.
What were the amounts of those payouts?
$1 million each.
$1 million each. $1 million. It's a lot of money, Mr. Heidecker.
Thank you.
And who were the insured?
To his son, Tom Cruise Heidecker, who died in November 2015.
He died at 2 years old.
Roughly, yes.
And there were 2 policies. $1 million each made out, and the beneficiary was?
Tim Heidecker.
Tim Heidecker was the beneficiary of $2 million policies taken out on his 2-year-old son. Okay. Detective, would you say it's typical for someone to take out multiple $1 million life insurance policies on a newborn son?
No. It's highly unusual.
Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Heidecker, do you wish to cross-examine the witness?
I certainly do.
I remind you to keep the scope of your cross-examination to what was raised on direct only.
I understand. Detective Ellis, correct? Ellis?
Yes, sir.
And you said you were 25 years in the police department, 25 years.
Yes, sir.
You said that number of times. And you have any experience with any marks on your record? Any police brutality, anything like that we need to know about? I don't think that was disclosed.
No.
Any issues?
You can run a pitcher's motion on them if you wish, but no.
Okay. And you're, you never do drugs? You ever take drugs?
No.
You ever drink?
Yes.
Do drugs? Do you find there's a difference between those two activities?
Between drugs and alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Well, one gets intoxicated and one you get into a elite state or...
Okay. So there's no real difference between the two?
Yeah, they're both.
And so you've admitted now under oath. You're under oath.
Yes, I know I'm under oath.
And you're...
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
We have a detective here who's claiming to be above others, and yet here he is, just like some of these. I strike the questions. The confession tape we got to enjoy, starring yourself and Mr. Sanchez. Was the footage edited in any way? Did you see any cuts? Were there things removed from the video?
What was said?
Was everything? Did we see the full interrogation of Mr. Sanchez today here in the courtroom? Yes or no?
Not the full, no.
Okay. So may I ask what was removed? And this is evidence tampering. Let's just let the record state.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation?
We
Evidence tampering?
perhaps there's footage of Mr. Sanchez taking back everything he said.
Speculation?
Well, we don't know.
Mr. Heidecker, please refrain from speculation.
I'm asking the detective, is there footage on that tape that has been edited out which would exonerate me here today?
No.
And you're sure of that?
I'm very sure.
Okay. Defense requests the full transcript of the interrogation of Mr. Sanchez to corroborate that testimony today.
Witnesses testified there's nothing additional on that tape.
Okay. Are you fluent in Chinese?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, then we have some evidence that was submitted, written in Chinese, and you verified its authenticity. Is that as the court understood it?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm confused. What evidence was presented in Chinese?
There was evidence. There was a. Hold on. This chemical from C2. This was written in Chinese.
K2.
Look. So you approach the witness.
Yes, please.
This is Chinese.
Take your elbow off the bench, please. Thank you.
Me. What does this say?
Well, I had interpreters at the station interpret that for me.
Okay. All right. We get bailiff. Clean that up. Somebody.
Will the bailiff please restore the easel to its previous position?
Thank you. You're a good detective?
Very good detective, yes.
And can you explain the concept of choice to the audience?
Choice?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Sustained.
Let me phrase the question. These, correct or incorrect, true or false, the Electric Sun 20, as they've become known, Matthew Salinas, the rest, chose to be they were not ordered by any kind of the state or the federal government to attend the music festival, as far as you know?
No, they came on their own free will, yes.
All right. And they ingested the vape juices on their own free will?
Yeah, but not know what was inside of it, no.
Thank you. And final question at this point. How extensively has the San Bernardino Police Department, county that you work for, investigated the Chinese role in this this scandal? In other words, have you traveled to Shanghai? Have you investigated the corporation that supplied the chemicals? Have you spoken with their chemists? Have you spoken with their CEOs and the executives at the chemical company?
No,
And you don't find that to be unusual?
we don't, no need to.
Okay.
We know where the chemicals came from. We know what the chemicals are.
But you can't say for certain that they were, if I had, which I dispute that evidence for the record, I believe the evidence was manufactured, concocted by the prosecutor. But that's another, hold on, that's another issue.
The evidence was admitted. You were given the chance to object.
Well,
And you did not make any objection at that time.
my point is, if you allow me to finish, that we believe that there was fraud on the part of the Chinese, which no one wants to talk about for PC reasons. Okay? I'm asking if you have explored that side of it.
No need to.
Here's what I'm asking, and all you have to do is say yes or no.
Okay?
Is there a possibility that the county here and the DA has hidden evidence to suggest?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization.
Sustained.
Is there, let me ask you this, let me rephrase the question. Is there the possibility, yes or no, that the Chinese are responsible for duping me and Mr. Sanchez?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Is there, did the Chinese dupe me and sell me a bill of goods?
Objection,
And
asked and answered.
Sustained.
is the county concerned? Is the county not investigating the Chinese link here for reasons of PC, political correctness? Do we believe that there is what I'm calling the Chinese connection as a part of it? Because somebody sold me a bill of goods, if that's the case, which it's not. Mr. Sanchez is the sole proprietor of the vape tent. I think that's been established. Can you confirm that?
Yes, but it was in your festival.
Okay. Isn't it true, Detective, that the only relationship that the defendant here has with myself, has with the true criminal, Mr. Sanchez, is that he just gave him a space to operate his vape distribution, health, whatever it was, that ended up hurting some of these children?
You don't understand, but you were the organizer of the festival. It was your name and your signature on the checks. It was a check from your son's charity that you got from your son's payoff from a life insurance policy.
Have you done?
You're the one who had all the names, and you had all the signatures on all the invoices.
Your Honor, I have to object. Mr. Heidecker is again badgering the witness. These facts have already been established. Documents have been admitted into evidence. We're wasting the time of the court, and this is...
Mr. Heidecker, the purpose of cross-examination is to elicit new information from the witness, not to engage in a debate.
I understand that, Your Honor. One more question, and I will allow the good detective to be on his way. Have you requested a handwriting analysis from the defendant?
No.
Further questions?
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused. Prepared to call your next witness, Mr. Rossetti.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to call Dr. Gerald Kearny.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the court?
Dr. Gerard Kearny. Kearny is spelled Kearny.
Thank you, sir. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and your occupation, Dr. Kearny?
I am the chief medical examiner in the San Bernardino Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been a medical examiner?
I've been a medical examiner for 13 years.
I see. And how many homicide cases have you been a participant in?
Difficult to count. I'd say more than 30, maybe less than 100.
And you've had to ascertain the cause of death in most of those cases, I would assume.
Many of them, yes.
Many of them, I see. Were you able to ascertain the cause of death for the 20 deceased individuals?
Yes. In most cases, the results were identical. We experienced that there was a nervous system shutdown, asphyxiation. Victims' hearts had enlarged to 1.5 times the size of normal, but ultimately the result of death was due to cardiac arrest.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I'd like to lay the foundation for this evidence. Can you tell me, Dr. Kearny, is this the toxicology report that you compiled?
Yes, it is.
And in compiling the report, you examined the victims?
Excuse me?
And in compiling the report, you examined the bodies of the victims?
That's correct.
I understand, okay. And the reports reflect your findings of those victims?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would like to admit this into evidence.
Objection?
Excuse me?
Do you have an objection to this being admitted into evidence?
No.
It's
Okay.
received.
Exhibit 22. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll leave this here so you can refer to it.
Thank you.
Does someone who suffers from these symptoms feel pain as a result?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the court?
It is extreme pain. There's a sudden rush of inflammation, followed by a propensity to vomit, sometimes vomiting blood, and that's due to internal challenges with respiration, and it affects not only the lungs but the intestines.
Objection, speculation?
Overruled.
Dr. Kearny, these symptoms ultimately, in majority of cases, lead to death. Would that be a valid statement?
Many times, yes.
I understand. As that happened in this case, is that correct?
Many times, yes.
I see. What do you determine to be was responsible for the deaths of these individuals?
Toxicology results indicate that there was a presence of many toxic chemicals, of which when they're presented to a subject, they present symptoms which are very consistent with the injuries incurred by these victims.
Dr. Kearny, can you read for us the results of the toxicology report?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Caffeine was in the blood systems, as well as methylhexanamine, formaldehyde, benzene, as well as mercuric compounds.
Understand. And were these chemicals found in the bloodstream of all 20 victims?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kearny. Your Honor, we've concluded questioning of the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor, for coming down here, giving us some of your time. How do you determine the toxicality of a patient or a deceased patient?
Results are sent to a state crime lab where a myriad of studies are conducted in order to determine the possible presence of particular chemicals which we track.
Okay. And there's no tampering with these? We don't find evidence of?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So, for the record, is it common to use a paper test if you're testing chemicals? For example, if the court will allow, I take a piece of paper and oh, I don't know. Let's say I have a cup of coffee. This is coffee. See that? Jury can see. This is just brewed coffee here from the courthouse. And say I dip it in like this. Is that going to make a chemical reaction? Is that going to tell me anything that I need to know about the chemical makeup of this coffee? For example, is that going to tell me if this is caffeinated or decaffeinated coffee? Because, you know, look it changes the color, but not much.
If that were a drug testing strip, it would indicate if drugs were in your coffee, yes.
Okay. You mentioned that all 20 of the Electric Sun 20 Music Festival attendees here on the board contained these so-called drugs that you had discovered. Is that testimony that you stand by, Your Honor? Or, sorry, defendant?
Is Sean Levin on that board?
Sean Levin is on that board. I'm glad you brought Sean Levin up. I want to talk about Sean Levin. Sean Levin is on the board, and right now, I'm being accused of his death, correct?
I'm not accusing anyone. I'm giving the results of the tests.
Isn't it true that Mr. Levin did not have these chemicals in his system at the time of death?
That is true.
So what is he doing on this board?
Sean Levin was known to have passed away due to a heroin overdose, and it was observed that he had not participated in the vape product. I cannot speak to why he's on the board.
Let me just make sure that the jury understands this. This Sean Levin right here had taken, you said it yourself, what was it?
He passed away due to a heroin overdose.
Passed away due to a heroin overdose. So is it fair to get this off? So is it fair to now state that no one is responsible for Mr. Levin's death except his own choices and whoever sold him the heroin that he ingested before coming to my festival?
Sir, I'm just here to give you the toxicology report.
Can you just answer my question?
I just did.
Objection, badgering the witness.
Sustained.
Well, we can all agree that Sean Levin does not belong on the board. Who else doesn't belong?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I have to object. Mr. Heidecker is not abiding by the decorum of this court, and I feel that this behavior should not be tolerated.
Your Honor, I'm being falsely accused. We've just had testimony here from the witness that this man did not even use the vape system. Who else didn't use the vape system? Who else didn't use the vape system, your doctor? Dr. Kearny?
I cannot speak to who else is on the board that did not use it. Is that your question?
It is.
What I can tell you is that the chemicals that were present are consistent with what was in the device, the vape pen, and the chemicals that were loaded into the vape pen.
And your qualifications that
Objection
allow...
asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Judge Slislik, we have already established one doctor who turned out to be a quack, Dr. Sand. So now we're being asked to believe that now they're bringing this doctor in. It begs the question, do you have your diploma? Where did you go to school?
Mr. Heidecker, it is a thin line between attacking a witness's credibility and character assassination. You are dangerously close to that line right now.
Okay, I'll rephrase the question. Your jury, we've already established that one doctor in this case, Dr. Sand, is not a doctor. And yet the prosecution brings Dr. Kiernan.
Dr. Kearny.
Kearny, okay.
Objection, Your Honor, Dr. Sand was introduced by the defense as part of their defense. So the prosecution did not introduce Dr. Sand as a doctor.
Mr. Heidecker, do you have reason to question this witness's credentials?
I accept his credentials, Your Honor. But I ask that the jury consider that we all may not keep an open mind when considering who any of us are, who any of our credentials are. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Who else belongs to be taken off that board? Do you have an answer?
I have an answer. My answer is that the toxicology reports show that everyone on that board had chemicals in their body consistent with what was in the vape device and the vape chemicals.
And you're sure of that?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Sustained.
Enough. Thank you. On no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Kearny. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Rossetti, you prepared to call your next witness?
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Gregg Turkington to the stand.
Do you swear to perjury, to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Turkington.
Hey, guys.
Thank you for being here with us today. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gregg Turkington, Turkington.
And Mr. Turkington, can you just tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, I co-host and sort of the resident expert on a show called On Cinema at the Cinema.
Objection. He is not a host. He's a guest. On the
Well,
show.
co-host and resident expert.
And
And then,
World, you will have the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Heidecker.
Fair enough. He's committing perjury. Is my only.
Mr.
And then I play the
Turkington, how
master of
many
codes on
episodes have
Decker.
you been on?
all of them. Or there's a couple that I wasn't in because Tim was in jail for murder, so I had to host the show, which I'd already done many times, so it was really easy for me.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
I was going to say I also play Kington on Decker, which is the show that Tim and I created that's sort of a spy type show. And then I was Dale in the Ant-Man movies.
So aside from the Ant-Man movies, you and Mr. Heidecker have worked together over a number of years.
Yeah, I think initially we started working together, and then more it was me bringing in the movie expertise and doing 90% of the work.
And can you just repeat for the jury, what is the name of the show, the cinema show?
On Cinema at the Cinema. And then there's segments like On Cinema on Location.
Now,
different.
did Tim Heidecker ever appear on Cinema at the Cinema with Luther Sanchez?
A lot. And those were the worst rated episodes because he started taking a show where people would tune in to get movie information and putting Dr. San on to give medical information, which is not what the viewers wanted. And also, that would cut out segments that I was producing that people were actually interested in. And you would see the ratings just plummet because we got away from the movies.
So you're saying because it was on Cinema at the Cinema and they weren't talking about the cinema?
No, he changed it to On Cinema on herbal medicine or on acupuncture or these sorts of things that no one was interested in.
Now, do you remember whether or not on April 10th, Mr. Heidecker and Mr. Sanchez were on the show?
Probably.
Did they ever come on the show to promote the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival?
Yeah, they did. And it ruined the show because I had 2 popcorn classics lined up for that day, and I'd done the research and brought in the information, and then I see Dr. San is there, who had been estranged from Tim for a long time because they had a falling out. And then suddenly he got back into Tim's world and was completely, Tim was completely under his thumb.
Now, when Mr. Heidecker was on the show with Mr. Sanchez, did they present the TCH vape system as a product they were working on together?
It was one of a lot of products of stuff that Tim was advertising instead of talking about movies because he didn't watch the movies in the later days of the show.
Objection.
And so he would fill the time up with
Speculation.
This sort of stuff.
Hello. Objection. Speculation.
Well,
Let
I would
me
I would
rephrase-
get the tickets for the screenings and go, and he wouldn't be there.
Objection.
And these were sneak previews.
Objection! Relevance!
I will rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, Judge, are you going to put this court in order or not?
Mr. Heidecker, are you going to conduct yourself like a decent human being or
He's
not?
throwing my name under the bus, and you're not doing anything to stop it.
Mr. Heidecker, you will have the opportunity to cross-examine and clear yourself. Please confine your objections to evidentiary objections under the California Evidence Code.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Let me restate the question. Did Mr. Heidecker ever promote the TCH vape system on the show with
Yes,
Mr. Sanchez?
constantly. And he would work the vapes
Objection!
into
Constantly?
Overruled.
He would also work the vapes into episodes of Decker, which was an action show that we did together, and he would work the plot so that he had the vape at all times and other characters even had the vape to advertise it, I think.
Okay, so let me just keep you on camera, or excuse me, on cinema at the cinema. Now, did he ever promote the vape system while you were hosting the show?
While I was co-hosting it, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to show a clip to the jury of a promotion that took place on the show.
Objections?
No objections.
Please proceed.
I'm having a good time with that. Not getting a lot of rest because we've been prepping for the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival coming up in a couple this coming week. Actually, it's sneaking up on us. And I got an awesome plan, and I've got just an awesome opportunity for everybody that's coming because basically, me and the good doctor San and I have developed this very special blend of what I'm calling the TCH vape system in honor of my dearly departed. And we're going to be giving away as much as we can this weekend. So if you come to the music festival, you'll be getting a free TCH vape system kit. Sets you up with the beautiful machine here and the preloaded and USB cable. And stick around. We got Dr. Sand coming. Who's going to talk all about this. He's going to be at the festival doing lectures on proper usage of the vape system, the TCH vape system arrangement. And all right, cool.
Now, Mr. Turkington, does this clip accurately portray the promotion you were talking about that occurred on the show?
Yes, it's just the tip of the iceberg.
So at this time, Your Honor, we'd like to have this clip admitted into evidence as Exhibit 35.
Objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Thank you. Now, was this promotion commercial ordinarily a part of the program?
Not at all. I mean, because we'd review 2 movies, recent movies, and then I would do a popcorn classic, which is an old movie that I would bring in from my collection, from my archive on videotape, and sort of highlight that and talk about the cast and just information about the movie. And we would give the movies ratings on a 1 to 5 bag of popcorn scale. And then we would have outside segments. We had one called Golden Age Comedy, where we looked at old classics and had W.C. Fields review them. And we had another one that was on cinema on location, where I would go to, say, locations from movies like Oh God, and show you what it looks like now as opposed to what it looked like when it was filmed in the movie. And all those were really popular segments, and the show's ratings were just up. And then when we start getting away from that, well, not we, but when Tim started getting away from that stuff, then the ratings started going down because nobody cares about vapes or vape commercials. If Siskel and Ebert had been selling cigarettes in their time, they would have lost the ratings as well.
So you're saying that these advertisements or this promotion was not requested by the network or an outside sponsor?
No, and I hated it because it would get in the way of my segments. And sometimes Tim would promise, because he was out of his mind on these vapes a lot of the time anyway, and he would make these promises that he wouldn't come through on. Like he would say, okay, well, let's talk about this music festival, or let's play a song from DKR, which is a group nobody likes. And then...
Objection.
And then in return, you can do 2 popcorn classics next week. But then next week rolls around and I don't get to do any popcorn classics.
So, did you observe any effects that the vape system had on Mr. Heidecker?
Well, yeah, you saw in the videotape, well, first of all, he stopped watching movies because if he would go to the movie theater to do his job, which is to review the movies, he'd fall asleep really fast because he was zonked out of his mind on the stuff. And then we had a movie theater that I was curating and programming and managing and doing everything. And he would come in and take the money out of the cash register to get more drugs or whatever. And then he eventually burned the theater down, which you probably saw in the news locally in Victorville. And he burned it down to get more insurance money. It was a case of arson. And this is something that I had put all this time into trying to build into this business. People like movie buffs were talking about it online. People were coming from all over. A guy came down from Las Vegas to one of our screenings. We had a Meg Ryan festival over the weekend, and the guy came all the way down, and we were really starting to build something. And then he burned it down, which is actually the 3rd time that he had burnt my collection of movies. And always in a hostile fashion because he didn't like the fact that I was the movie expert and he was becoming really not important to the show anymore. And actually a hindrance because he would talk about these other things, like this band that there's no fans of DKR or Dakar. 0 fans. Nobody likes it.
Now, did he ever offer you one of the vape systems?
He offered them to everybody, but I would not take that. And you watch a good movie, that's the greatest high you're going to get, is watching something like Casablanca for the 10th time and you see something completely different than you've ever seen before. There's a new depth to a certain scene. That's a high that I can live with.
So you're definitely a movie buff.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm known as an expert. And in fact, if you have the latest Guinness Book of World Records, look me up in there and you can see that I watched 501 movies in 501 days.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yep.
Can you describe for us a little bit what you observed about Tim Heidecker's relationship with Luther Sanchez?
Have you seen the show Decker that we did? Have you ever seen that show? The
I've
TV
seen
show?
clips.
Okay. All you need to know about his relationship with Dr. Luther San is watch the episode where Dr. San brings in a vape. Tim is dead. His character of Decker has died. And Dr. San inhales the vape and breathes the vape on Tim's dead body and brings him back to life.
And so for you, that's analogous to their relationship.
Yeah. That's how he believed. He believed Dr. San could do no wrong, except there was this 2-year period where he thought Dr. San had done wrong, and he was trying to arrest him because he had gotten infections from the acupuncture needles. And I thought that was the last we'd ever see of Dr. San, but then a couple of years later, he brings him back into his life and lets him give herbal treatments to his son, and Dr. San said, don't vaccinate your son. And Tim went along with this, and little Tom got very, very sick. It was clear to anyone that he needed to be hospitalized. And Dr. San said, no, I can take care of it with these, blowing smoke on him or whatever it was, until the point that the kid died.
Now,
and that's why Ayaka is not in the picture anymore, his wife, because of that kind of behavior from him.
So you say that Mr. Decker was under the influence of Luther Sanchez. Did you happen to observe any other substances that Mr. Decker used? Heidecker, excuse me.
Objection. She clarified. I retract.
My apologies for misstating your name.
Please address your comments to the bench and not to other counsel.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I mean, it seemed like the vape was the real problem. Before that, he would have periods where I didn't know what he might be on because he was acting very erratic. He got into motorcycles and just different things like that and hanging out with different sorts of people, and who knows. But you can definitely, if you go back and watch the episodes, and I think that you should just for the movie information, but you can definitely see the decline in quality of what he brought to the table. He's always a good host. He's always very, very good at hosting. But initially, he was a good host, but he was also a good, knowledgeable critic. And we would have really informed discussions about whether or not you should go see the latest movie. But then a few seasons in, it's clear he's not even watching the movie, and he's getting the names, he's garbling the names of the actors, and just, and then the reason that I would be suspicious of anyone that he puts on the stand, because he's willing to tell people to lie under oath, because he told me to lie on the show and say that I'd never seen the movie Sully. And he made me say that, but I had seen the movie several times, and so I wouldn't trust any witnesses that he brings up.
Objection, Your Honor. Is my role as a host of a TV show on trial?
I am going to direct the jury to disregard comments about Mr. Heidecker inciting people to be dishonest.
Thank you.
I'm going to let the rest of the answer stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Turkington, in your opinion, do you think Tim Heidecker was aware of the toxic substances in the TCH vape system?
I mean, I think if he thought it would kill people, he wouldn't have given it to them. But I just don't think he did the tests that he should have, from what I'm seeing, from what I'm hearing, I mean, they kept changing the formulation because he would get sick and he would be out of it, and then they would change the formulation. And Dr. Sand was always talking about all these herbs and things, but I mean, a lot of those herbs, they're things that you would find in, Celestial Seasonings tea, and clearly that's not what these kids were on. So there was something else in the pens. And you could smell it too, because when he would vape, it didn't smell like, mint tea. It smelled like tires burning, or like brake pads when you go down like the Grapevine or something, and the truck's brake pads are burning up. That was what it would smell like, and his breath would, if you were around him, there'd be like a metallic quality to just his breath, or this rubber quality burning.
And did Mr. Heidecker ever speak about the contents of the vape fluid on the show, on cinema? Specifically August 17th?
I mean, he would just always talk about everything he was involved in like it was great, like the band has the #1 download. Well, that's not verifiable. And then this restaurant that he turned the movie show, he turned it into a cooking show, and then he's saying the food is so great when it was just all frozen stuff that they were getting from the supermarket.
Objection.
So I don't think he was detail oriented. I doubt that he knew what was in the vape. He probably was just smoking it, and if he got high, then he's like, I love this stuff, let's make more of it, because he's very from the hip.
Just to narrow it so that we don't raise any objections. So do you remember whether or not he talked about the contents of the vape fluid?
He probably did.
Your Honor, we'd like to show a clip regarding the show where Mr. Heidecker did speak about the contents in the vape system.
Objections?
No.
Proceed.
I told you I'm going to have this opportunity to explain myself. I went to after last week's taping, I went to the clinic and had my blood tested. And the doctor came in with his mouth wide open. He said he couldn't believe the substances that were in my body and the levels by which they were at in my body. There were high levels of speed, synthetic marijuana, synthetic cocaine, PCH, some PCH 9/11 or something like that. He said I would have been dead if I had not come in. Now let that sink in.
And do you, now that you've seen the clip, do you remember?
Yeah, I remember
the
that.
show?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, we'd also like to admit this into evidence.
Objections?
None.
It is so admitted.
Mr. Turkington, we really thank you for coming in and talking to us today. Yeah, I wanted to also mention that he had borrowed money from me to pay for plane tickets to shoot Decker, Hawaii, and never paid back any of the money. This was like $10,000 worth of money. And then he goes and gets all this $1 million from the insurance, and I kept asking for the money, and I would never get any of it back. So there's a pattern of that kind of deceit and fraud and lying and taking advantage and all that sort of stuff.
The court will admonish the witness to restrict his comments to direct responses to questions.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Turkington.
Yeah.
Your
it's fine.
witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Turkington. You say you have expertise in movies?
Yeah. I run the Victorville Film Archive, which is the largest collection of movies in North America currently.
And that's verified how? How are we
From
ver-
movie buffs.
Okay, and you don't have any formal degrees
Well,
from
I think
film. Excuse me.
in the Guinness
Excuse
Book
me.
of World Records is pretty formal.
Objection, Your Honor. He asked the witness a question the witness is trying to answer.
He's interrupting me, Your
Please-
Honor.
Please allow the witness to answer the question.
I am trying,
Mr. Heidecker.
Mr. Sisnick, I'm trying to ask him a question. He interrupted me. That's on the
I
record.
was answering.
Well, can I
Mr.
restate the
Heidecker,
question?
you asked one question, he was in the process of responding to that question, and you asked another question.
Okay, I retract.
Remember my comments about decorum?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You do not have a degree in film studies from any major university,
Well,
correct?
the people that do generally don't even like movies. That's
Okay.
that's like a world that I would not like. That guy. We had a guy.
I get a yes or
you
no
put on
in
the
this-
show.
can I get a-
Larry
can I get a
Truman,
yes
who
or
was the
no
worst
in this
guest
room?
we ever had on the show, and he has got a film degree and teaches film studies, but he couldn't tell any of the viewers anything about the movies we were reviewing. He was the worst guest we ever had.
Mr. Turkington, please answer only the question that is asked.
All right.
Do you have a degree from a major film university?
No, that would be a hindrance.
All right, we've established that. Mr. Turkington, would you state for the record, you have or have not seen me, the defendant, ingest the THC vape system in your
I have.
presence? You have?
Lots of times.
Okay. And would you, yes or no question again, please, I ask, would you consider me alive as we are in the courtroom right now, breathing, a living being, alive, human being?
Today, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Other days, I wasn't so sure. That's why we had an intervention for you.
Well, I'm either alive or I'm not.
Well, yeah, you're alive.
There you go. Thank you. That's the only question I have there. So you've seen me use the substance
Yeah.
that these kids use, and
You were using the prototype. It wasn't the same one.
But does it cause you any curiosity? Is there anything curious to you? Any sort of interest to the fact that my reaction is living proof that the reactions might vary from case to case?
Well, a lot of people take heroin, but not everyone dies from it right away.
Okay.
Who knows? If you'd vaped the
Are
next
you
night, you might be dead too.
And are you a medical expert? Do you have
No, but I've seen lots of medical movies, like Panic in Needle Park is a movie about the heroin epidemic in New York City.
Would you agree that the film clip we saw where I listed the dangerous chemicals in the THC vape system was the precursor, they edited it by the way, that is a precursor to me and Dr. Sand, excuse me.
Mischaracterization of the evidence?
Sustained. Jury will disregard.
That Dr. Sand and I adjusted the formula to be safer, took out the dangerous
It
chemicals?
looks like you adjusted to be less safe because all these kids died.
Oh, I don't
20
think this is
kids
very
died,
funny,
so-
Mr. Turkington. I do not think this is very funny.
Neither does the court, by the way.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have to object. There's obviously animosity between the witness and the defendant, and I think this line of questioning is unproductive.
Going to allow the line of questioning, but once again admonish Mr. Heidecker to please stick to the case. I'm also going to admonish the witness once again to please answer the question that is asked. Do not volunteer any information.
One final question I want to raise with you, Mr. Turkington. You're familiar with the substance commonly known as black mold?
Yeah. It's in a lot of homes. It gets in carpeting and.
Is it true that your apartment was discovered to contain large amounts of black mold prior to the defendant, myself, and my family, my wife Ayaka, and my newborn son Tom Cruise Jr. Moved into the apartment?
Objection. Relevance?
Sustained.
me work on that, Judge. Black mold, we'd all agree, is a dangerous, potentially toxic substance.
Well, I mean, we live here in California. We have an ocean bordering on the side, so you have moisture in the air, so you get mold and all kinds of things. I've seen newspapers get moldy, archivists that I know that collect clippings about movies. Sometimes they've had their collections that were in storage get ruined through mold or leaking rainwater.
I'm just asking if you believe that, I'll rephrase the question to please the court. Do you believe that the death of my son, the defendant's son, Tom Cruise Jr. Heidecker, was a result of your black mold in the apartment and your miscarriage
because I wasn't living there at that time. I was gone.
Your Honor, asking the witness.
Sustained.
Well,
I've given you plenty of latitude on this line of questioning, Mr. Heidecker, and you've not taken us anywhere with it other than further animosity between you and the witness.
I ask your in your infinite wisdom, Judge, that you offer me this opportunity to connect dots, because we have. Yes or no, do you believe that the black mold in your apartment was responsible for the death of my son, Tom Cruise Heidecker? Yes or no, Mr. Turkington?
No, and if there was mold that you thought was a problem, you should have cleaned it out because you were in the apartment for several months before he died.
Shutting it down.
Okay. Well, I will be calling Mr. Turkington during my time to present evidence because I
have more stories to tell.
As is your privilege.
There's some stuff you need to know about him. That will, believe me. And thank you, everybody.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Turkington, you are dismissed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
No further questions.
Seeing the hour, the court will now declare that we are adjourned. Thank you all.
All right. Good. Same time tomorrow, we're kind of just chipping away, you know, because at this rate, they're kind of they don't have a lot of angles to take from. You guys want to get some lunch? We can go jam. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Simpson.
Court is in session. Please be seated. It's a continuation of the people of the state of California versus Timothy Richard Heidecker, case number 02CF025. Are the people prepared to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to call Mrs. Amanda Davis to the stand.
Amanda Davis. Excuse me.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Excuse me.
Thank you for being here with us today. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Amanda Davis.
Miss Davis, or Mrs. Davis, what is your relationship to Valerie Davis?
I'm her mother.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about Valerie, what type of person she was?
Valerie was the type of person that when she walked in the room, the room lit up. She was loved by so many people. She made friends with everybody. She was so well liked, and she wanted to be a nurse. She loved helping people.
If you remember, can you tell us a little bit about your last conversation with her? What did she say to you?
She had asked if she could borrow the car to go to a music festival in Apple Valley. I asked her to be home by midnight, and she was always on time, so she said, of course, Mom, I'll be home on time. You know, I won't do that. And she said she wasn't sure how long she'd stay anyway because she wasn't familiar with any of these musicians, and that it could end up just being a flop. So that was it.
Now, did you know your daughter to be someone who ever used the so-called vape pens before?
No, I not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so. No, I mean, she was 17 years old, and why were these people selling these things to 17-year-old children?
Objection, there's nobody's, I'm sorry, continue.
Your daughter was 17 when she left you.
Yes, she was 17.
If there was anything that you could say to her, what would that be?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
I would tell her how much I love her, and she was a wonderful person. I would do anything to have her back. I wish I would not have let her go. I'm devastated without her. And that man over there is responsible. He is responsible for me losing her.
We know this was difficult, Mrs. Davis. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Your witness?
Judge, Your Honor, what's going on?
Ms. Davis, would you please take the stand again?
Just a few questions. Thank you, Miss Davis, Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis?
Mrs.
Thank you. Pardon me. I had some corn tortilla chips this morning, and it's lodged in my throat. It doesn't seem to be able to. I'm drinking water.
Court is not interested in your dietary habits, Mr. Heidecker.
Thank you. Mrs. Davis, I just, first of all, want to offer my condolences. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. I am also the parent of a deceased child, my son, Tom Cruise Jr. Heidecker, who's sort of familiar with the THC. From one grieving parent to another, I'm with you here. And we're in sort of this special club, I guess you could say, which, you know, is what it is. And so I'm feeling I'm not here to, I honestly don't want to challenge your testimony here. I don't have any reason to disbelieve it. At this time, I do think though it would be appropriate, maybe a little unorthodox, but this has been an unorthodox trial to be sure. I believe it would be appropriate and would, I think, be warranted to have a moment of silence for your family and for your daughter, Valerie. And I would ask the court allow it, and I would ask that we maybe even dim the lights here and just take a few moments and just reflect. Does the prosecution object?
We don't object, Your Honor.
Okay,
I will allow the moment of silence, but dimming the lights is a bit much, Mr. Heidecker.
fair enough. Thank you, Judge. Moment of silence can begin at this time. Take a moment to remember Valerie and the rest of the 20, electric son, 19, I should say, 19, not 20.
I believe it was a moment of silence.
Yes,
Mr. Heidecker.
yes, I apologize, Judge Sistak.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you guys for doing that.
Mrs. Davis, thank you very much for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. All the best to you. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Are the people prepared to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to call Mark Proksh.
Who?
Proksh.
Oh, Mark.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Hello, Mr. Proksh. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for me?
Mark Edward Proksh, Proksch.
Thank you. How do you know Mr. Heidecker?
I am a comedy celebrity impersonator, and I worked for him on cinema and W.C. Fields, Groucho Marx, Indiana Jones. I also was a waiter for him and a usher at the theater for him.
I understand. How long have you worked for him?
I guess like 5 years, 6 years.
5 years. So you've had the opportunity to observe his behavior and to act with him over that period of time, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Is your relationship with him purely employer-employee?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I mean, I am friends with Gregg, and that's how I know Tim. And then Tim has let me do my comedy celebrity impersonations, Three Stooges.
Sounds like you have quite a repertoire there. Okay, so you're an employee, but you're also somewhat of a friend of Mr. Heidecker.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and this may be a little difficult for you to answer, but I would appreciate your truthful answer to the best of your ability. Were you ever physically abused by Mr. Heidecker?
Objection.
Overruled.
Watch it, Mark.
Mr.
Your Honor.
Heidecker.
Yep.
Can you speak up? You were physically abused by Mr. Heidecker, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Mr. Heidecker...
Objection, there's no evidence.
Overruled.
Good luck looking for evidence.
You will have the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Heidecker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I will, Mark.
Mr. Heidecker, do not address the witness unless you are directly...
I have the right to address him as I wish.
You have the right to address the witness. When I tell you you have the right to address the witness, Mr. Heidecker...
Approach the bench?
No.
May I approach the bench?
No.
Why not? May I approach the bench?
I am the judge. I don't have to even give you a reason why you cannot
Your
approach
Honor,
the
with
bench.
all due respect, the defendant is turning this court into a kangaroo court.
This has already been a kangaroo court. I asked that we mistrial. Mark, may I approach the bench, please?
No. Please proceed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Proksh. You said you've been physically abused by Mr. Heidecker, correct? Can you... I didn't hear, can you?
I was abused by him.
You were. Were you hit by Mr. Heidecker?
Yes.
On many occasions? Many occasions.
Many occasions.
Can you describe the nature of the assault by Mr. Heidecker?
He'll bop me, and he'll slap me and choke me sometimes. During the Oscar special, he threw stuff at me, and he hurt my nose. And I did actually do Groucho Marx then with a broken nose, which I don't know if he ever had one.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would like to play a video of Mr. Proksh, which I think will shed some light on the nature of the abuse and violent nature of Mr. Heidecker.
Objections?
No.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I know the bag of tricks, but make them tricks we can use. Okay, sorry, Tim.
He was throwing stuff at me there.
All right.
Get out of here. Get out.
So you have?
Take that stupid Larry wig off. And do Charlie Chaplin. Asshole. Here you go. All right, now do Charlie Chaplin, you dummy. I want to poke him in the eye like that. Oh. Don't hit me. Oh. Camera on me. Ant-Man. Mark and I are in a good place. Well, there's visual evidence that that's not true. That's not. That's hearsay, and that's very irresponsible. You're getting close to being in big trouble with me. I saw that fucking tape of you, Mark. You fucking asshole. You tried to make yourself look like Decker, and you're gonna pay for it. You already paid for it in spades. They're actually 5 Marx Brothers. That's a culmination of your... All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. Hey, Tim, come on. Hey, I think he's trying to steal my way. I'm not trying to steal my way. Oh, 4 heads. I'm sorry. 4 heads. Hey, guys, come on. Come on. Where you going? Where you going, Mark? He told me. That's all right. Stay out of here, guys. Stay out of here. You're not going anywhere. I know I'm not going anywhere.
The court apologizes for any inappropriate language that may have been used in that tape. I'll ask the jury to disregard that portion of the tape.
Your Honor, we have no more questions of the witness.
Any cross-examination?
Oh, absolutely. Sit down. Sit down.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Heidecker, I'll take care of this. Would you please return to the stand? He's entitled to cross-examination.
Get your shit off. Pardon my language.
Please do not address other counsel directly.
He left his stuff up
Direct your comments to the bench.
Approach the
Will
bench.
the people, no. Will the people please move their materials from the podium?
Sit down. Mr. Proksh. Do you believe that we create the on-cinema Oscar special for entertainment purposes? Yes or no? Into the mic.
Yes.
Do you understand that performance is an act of self-expression, that occasionally that we perform in ways that create, in other words, when the Three Stooges were doing their comedy, there would be physical interactions, and sometimes people get hurt because accidents happen.
Yeah.
And I would say that this is a prime example of that, don't you? I would say that, don't you?
None of your violence was planned. I will say that.
Or
But the Three Stooges
okay,
were all
well, so
planned
then
violent.
it was an improvisation. Would you agree with that?
I think you got angry and you hit me and you threw stuff at me and you would push me.
I would reconsider that answer if I were you.
Objection.
I'm asking the witness.
Counsel is threatening. the
I am not
witness.
threatening. How dare you? I am asking you use your head. Think about long term.
Some of it may have been improvised.
Thank you. Mark, where were you on, may I approach the witness?
Very carefully.
Where were you?
Your Honor, I have to object. I think the physical proximity of the defendant to the witness in this case is intimidating the witness.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the bailiff to please take position beside the witness stand.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy.
Where were you on the night of April 14th, the night of the Desert Sun Music Festival?
I don't know.
You don't know. Wasn't it true that as you are an employee of me for the Six Bag Cinema, that you were instructed by me that day to secure a on-cinema food truck to deliver food to the festival that night? Is that true or false?
It's true.
That is true. And Mr. Proksh, why was there no on-cinema, strike that from the record, why was there no Six Bag Cinemas food truck at the music festival?
You just told me to get a truck. I mean, a food truck.
And you disobeyed me.
No, you didn't give me any money. You didn't tell me where I can find one. And I told you I don't have my license because it got expired.
Am I supposed to tell you how to put one foot in front of the other?
Objection, argumentative.
I'm
Sustained.
asking, how much of your job am I supposed to do for you?
I didn't know how to do it. You told me to get a food truck. I don't know where to go get food trucks.
Are you an adult?
Yes.
Well, then you can't figure out how to do something as simple as secure a truck, provide food for a festival?
Mr. Heidecker, you are arguing with the witness. You are not questioning the witness.
I'm getting a little frustrated with the witness right now,
I'm
Mr.
getting very
Judge.
frustrated with you, Mr. Heidecker. The purpose of cross-examination is to elicit information pertinent to the direct examination, nothing more.
Well, let me state for the record that I believe this to be a character witness that is not to be believed or trusted, because I would put him in charge as my employee, and I have the right to do whatever I want with him. I have the constitutional right to strike him if he disobeys me. And right now, he's still under my supervision. He still technically works for me.
Your Honor, this defendant is intimidating this
I am
witness.
not intimidated. I'll intimidate you, believe me.
Mr. Heidecker! Mr. Heidecker!
I'm warning you that this
I
is
move
my...
to hold the defendant in contempt.
Fine, hold me in contempt. Stack on another charge to my case. Let me finish my... Judge, I promise I'm going
Do you have a
this.
question to ask as opposed to an accusation to make?
The question is this. Sit down.
Do not address other counsel.
Will you put this court in order and have him sit, I request, or I will report this to the bar.
Oh, please. Please report this to the bar, Mr. Heidecker. I would really enjoy you reporting this
Your
to the
Honor,
bar.
I move
sarcasm
that the
at the
defendant
highest order.
Conduct his interrogate from another room. He's intimidating the witness.
He's got protection from the California. What are you saying about the California deputies here? That they're incapable of protecting a man? This is my right. Then he is under my control. No, if he disobeyed me, it's my right. I'll fuck you up, Mark. Believe me. I'll fuck you up. Hold on. Oh, I'm out. I need 5. Hold me in. I need 5.
I've never seen anything like that.
The court apologizes to the jury for that outburst, and the court has no choice at this point but to declare a recess. We are back in session. First off, I wish to apologize to the jury and to counsel and to the spectators. That is the first time in 20 years on the bench that I've ever raised my voice during a court proceeding. My apologies. Let me assure you this is not normally how I conduct my courtroom. Mr. Heidecker, I'm entering a citation of contempt for you. That will be heard in Department 107, Judge Wilder, on December the 4th.
Thank you.
And I will remind the members of the jury that we are here to judge the merits of this case. Mr. Heidecker's actions earlier today will be dealt with in a separate proceeding, and they should not affect in the least your judgment on the merits of the case.
Thank you for this. Thank you for your judicial experience here.
So we may now proceed with this trial.
It would be my honor.
With an understanding of how we will be conducting ourselves.
Yes, and I just want to extend apologies to the counselors to my left and to bailiff Sanchez. Thank you. And to the rest, to the court, especially the jury, who I love. I'm a babe in the woods when it comes to being a lawyer, and let's move forward and apologize. I apologize for my reckless behavior.
The court accepts your apology, and it is the court's earnest hope that we will continue this proceeding with decorum, with dignity and respect.
It is my pledge to you, Judge, that I will continue to be, I will, from this point on, use the utmost respect that this court deserves.
Are the people prepared to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Alessandro Serradimigni as our next witness.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good day. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name, please?
Axiom, the guitar player of the car, and my name is Alessandro Serradimigni, and you spell it Serradimigni.
Thank you, Mrs. Serradimigni. Can you tell us about your relationship with Timothy Heidecker, the defendant?
Me and Tim, we are brothers to the end. My brother from another mother. We are, he's like family to me.
I understand. Does this brother from another mother pay you any type of payments on a regular basis, a stipend or anything like that?
Well, yeah, in the beginning, he was paying me a stipend, but, with the time, we just became very friends, and, it became a sort of two-way street, so he does a lot of things for me, I do a lot of things for him, so it became a sort of brotherhood.
Did he ever tell you where he gets his money?
It's none of my business, honestly.
You are partners in a musical project, is that correct?
Yes, the car, or DKR.
Who writes the music?
Well, Tim does. He's the boss. He's, the one who writes the music.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to enter as exhibit number 25 the song referred to entitled Que Con Me.
Objection.
What is it?
Que Con Me.
I guess Qui Con Me.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's rock.
Proceed.
Stesi sulla spiaggia e il tempo che volava, un gruppo di amici con una chitarra. Era proprio una bella giornata, io e Kenny stesi sulla spiaggia e il tempo che volava, un gruppo di amici con una chitarra. spiaggia e il tempo che volava, dopo gli amici con una chitarra, resta qui con me.
Great song, Mr. Serradimigni.
Thank you.
Do you recognize it?
Yeah, I do. It's an older song from, a past band that I had back in Italy. So yeah.
Did defendant Tim Heidecker ever hear the song?
Sorry, can you ask again?
Yes. Did Mr. Heidecker ever hear the song?
I don't know. I guess he might.
Did Mr. Heidecker take the melody of your song and use it for his own song?
I mean, it might. I don't know. I don't really know. I can't really tell.
Excuse me, so you're saying for his song, Empty Bottle, he didn't reuse your song. Is that what you're telling the court today?
He might not. I don't know. It's not really relevant to me,
Okay.
He's my brother.
Why don't we just let the court play Mr. Heidecker's Empty Bottle and let the jury decide? Your Honor?
Objection.
No, I think it would be, kind of a nice tone shift in the courtroom to hear it.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to enter Empty Bottle as exhibit number 26, and I would appreciate if you could play it now. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Is there a reason why Tim Heidecker took sole writing credit for the song when you obviously were the composer? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
May I look at your hand? What happened?
I donated it to Tim. He needed it more than me, so.
You're saying you donated your right hand to
Yes.
Timothy Heidecker.
Yes, he needed it more than me. He's my brother. Do you have a brother? Would you do it for your brother? I did.
Well, I have to say, I don't believe my brother would ask me to donate my right hand.
Well, you know, we're in a band. We need to keep writing music, and I just thought that, you know, for the quality, you know, of the band. And
You would do anything for Mr. Heidecker, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Including lie.
I wouldn't say so because I didn't lie today. So.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no more questions for the witness. Your witness, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, absolutely. Axiom, my brother.
How you doing, man?
I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in. This has been tough, and you've been by my side this whole time, right there, with Manuel.
We're missing you, man.
Hey, I'm not missing you because you're here. I don't really have any questions. Listen, I think maybe I can ask you this. You're what was the Italian song that we played? What was the name of it?
Qui con me?
Yeah. Lyrics in English to the best. What is the general? Can you give us some samples of the lyrics there?
It talks about having a good time, you know, just, you know,
Pretty cool.
catching up with friends and, you know, spending time together at the beach.
And the lyrics to Empty Bottle.
I would say it's completely the opposite.
The opposite. Okay. I think apples and oranges. Would you describe the two?
Yeah, absolutely different.
Totally different.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Axe, for being here for me.
No problem. Thank you.
Let's hear it.
Redirect?
No more questions, Your Honor.
The witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are the people prepared to present their next witness?
We are, Your Honor. The prosecution calls Ayaka Ohtani to the stand.
Who?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you for being here today, Miss Ohtani. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Ayaka Ohtani. My last name spells Ohtani.
Thank you. Now, could you describe for the jury your history or relationship with Mr. Heidecker?
I came to this country as a foreign exchange student from Japan. Tim and his wife let me stay at their place, and after Tim's first divorce with his wife, we fell in love, and soon I became pregnant with his son. Tim wanted me to get an abortion, but I chose to keep the baby. His name was Tom Cruise Heidecker. I was a very young mother, and Tim was busy with work. So when Tom Jr. got sick, Dr. San took him under his care, but he didn't get better, and he died.
What kind of man would you say Tim Heidecker is?
Tim is very confused and angry man. He sometimes has a violent temper, and he was very upset with Tom Jr. all the time.
And did you witness his violent temper on occasion?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about Mr. Heidecker's relationship with Dr. Sand, as you called him?
Yes. Dr. Sand made so many mistakes, but Tim kept forgiving him, including the death of our son. I don't understand why Tim keep dealing with Dr. Sand. He must have known Dr. Sand was a bad doctor.
Do you need a moment, ma'am?
I'm okay.
How is life treating you now that you are no longer here?
I moved back to Japan. I've remarried, and I have a daughter now named Sakura. She's beautiful.
We thank you for coming in today. Your witness, Mr. Heidecker.
Cross-examination?
Yes. Just one moment, please. I need to get excuse me, water. I apologize. I was not able to receive the witness list. I was a bit surprised to see you today. Good to see you. And last encounter was under difficult circumstances for me, and I appreciate that. You said you're remarried?
Yes.
And his name?
Satoshi Ohtani.
S-A-T.
O.
O.
S-H-I.
Okay, he's Japanese?
Yes.
Okay. And somebody you knew before coming to America, or fresh?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Curiosity?
I'll overrule it for now.
Thank you. And you said you have a daughter. Now, should I know anything about that?
No.
It's not connected to me in any way, this daughter? Do we need to do a paternity test or anything? Do I need to
Objection,
be aware?
Your Honor. This is not at issue in this case.
I'm going to sustain that one.
That's something we could talk about at some other point. You're under oath? Understand that?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll ask you a simple question, just for the record. Are you still in love with me?
No.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor? And okay, I'll just let me do 5.
Witness is dismissed. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you. Is he still there?
Bailiff, would you please escort the witness out? Thank you. Do the people have any more witnesses or other evidence to present?
We do not, Your Honor. The prosecution rests.
In that case, I declare this court in recess.
hope you had a good breakfast today. You're gonna work it off.
Probably. Probably.
You live in a barn?
Mr.
Good morning, Mr. Heidecker.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, guys.
I'm gonna take a break anyway. That's okay with you. Is that okay? Thank you.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Simpson.
This court is in session. Please be seated. This is, I believe, day 4 of the people of the state of California versus Timothy Richard Heidecker, case number 02CF025. Before we begin, I have some good news to you, Mr. Heidecker. I've been able to schedule the hearing on that second contempt citation for this December 4th as well. However, I must advise you, the court clerk has told me that if it's necessary to enter a third contempt citation, you will need to come back at a different time to appear for that one. So I highly advise you, since I know of your very, very busy schedule, to conduct yourself as we agreed, with decorum, respect, and dignity.
I apologize again. There are no excuses for destruction of property. I will just want to, for the record, state that I was not aware of the prosecution's witness of Ayaka, and that came as a surprise for me. Obviously, there's a lot of emotion there, and I have no excuse for it, but that's the root of it. So.
Okay, thank you. And I will again admonish the jury that Mr. Heidecker's conduct should not be any part of your deliberations on the merits of this matter. Mr. Heidecker, the prosecution has arrested. Do you have any evidence, witnesses to present?
Yes, Your Honor. I would love to call my first witness. He is a well-renowned musician, a respected DJ in the EDM community. He is here on his own volition and out of his own busy schedule. Let's please welcome to the stage Orion Jacks. And Orion, there he is.
Take the stand, please, sir.
Okay.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So help you God.
I do. Thank you, Orion Jacks, for being here. Can you please state for the record your full name, legal name?
Jack Orion.
Okay. And Mr. Orion, you were a big part of the Desert Sun Music Festival, correct?
Yep.
And do you, if you would just sort of recall the events of the night from your own memory, I think that would be very helpful in illuminating to the jury here.
Well, I mean, it was chill. Like, it was cool. I didn't get to play. I mean, you know, because all the kids dying. But it was cool. A little bit disappointing. Like, I mean, there was no food, there was no water, so there was no catering or anything like that, which is
well, there was
a little
catering.
odd.
Pardon me. There was there was food brought in for the artists.
Not for me. There wasn't. I didn't see that. So I mean, and it was a little bit of a shock because that was the first festival I ever was supposed to play at.
Right. But you didn't see the styrofoam boxes of Mexican food.
Where was that?
Do we have the we have the festival map. Excuse me. Hold on. We have this from earlier. Do you mind if I use this? This was the main stage, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And believe the VIP backstage was. Okay. Well, you guys didn't put this on the. It was back in this area here.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a bunch of tacos and stuff.
I didn't see that.
But by about 5 o'clock, we had like 7 bags of Mexican food, like burritos and stuff.
Not from what I saw.
Okay.
Huh. I didn't even have any water, man.
I know. Well, there was.
So.
Yeah, we don't want to show that. All right. Well, we don't worry about that anymore. So, I was under the impression that you thought that things were running, that if what happened here, the poor kids with the accident that happened with them, that it would have been just like any other festival for you. Has your recollection changed?
Well, yeah, I mean, the usual festival for me, I get paid at the end of it. I haven't even been paid yet, so yeah, that's definitely, that's not normal for me.
What was the arrangement for?
50K. I was supposed to get 50K.
50K. Okay.
Yeah. That's how much we talked about that.
Well, obviously,
I'm still waiting to get paid.
We're in sort of the middle of something here. I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
you
that doesn't
noticed.
matter. I mean, I showed up, I did my part, I was supposed to play, right? And I was ready to play. I was ready for everything. I didn't get any money. So I don't really care about the way the court proceedings are going. I mean, I still need to be paid, so.
Well, not if, yeah, but as you can tell, everything's, obviously we're not going to talk about money right now because this is not the time or the place, but, basically I was arrested that night and everything's been frozen since then. So you shouldn't worry about that. That's going to get taken care of. That's why you're here.
Yeah, if not, we'll be back here.
Okay. I don't know what that's
Mr.
supposed to
Heidecker,
be.
is there a line of questioning here that's somehow relevant to this case?
Yes, there is, Judge, because as a witness I have my own witness, and I can confirm, and you have to confirm this, that you said to me the night of the festival before you were going to play that I said, "Are you having a good time?"
Yeah, no, I had a cool time. But
What was
that
your
doesn't-
answer?
Yeah, it was a cool time. I was chilling. There were a couple good sets. I was watching a couple good things going on. But I mean, at the end of the night, so if you're having a good time and at the end of the night something bad happens, like you don't get paid or people start dying, then of course what you said previous, that kind of, doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, that's for the jury to decide.
Okay.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. So,
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Sorry. I had another thought, but
Mr. Orion, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to be clear on a couple of things. So, Mr. Heidecker contacted you to perform at the festival,
That's correct, yes.
and he promised to pay you $50,000. Is that your
Yep.
testimony? And when you arrived at the festival, you ended up not playing. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, I was
And
supposed to play.
you were supposed
and
to
I
play.
never ended up playing.
And you didn't see any food or were able to get any food?
No, there was no food back there.
You didn't see any water? You weren't able
No,
to get
there wasn't
water?
any of that back there.
And he didn't pay you on that day, correct?
Nope. And I still haven't been paid, so.
objection asked and answered.
Did he
We
pay
had
you
covered
to
that already.
testify?
I'm sorry?
Did he pay you to testify today?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Absolutely not. May I approach the bench?
No.
Jack.
Any further questions? For the
Jack,
witness?
well, yes, I do. Jack, what did we say? I did not say I would pay you for this testimony.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Yes,
I
you
said,
did.
oh, I would pay you for the festival.
Yeah, but you also told me that you're going to pay me for this as well.
I did not say
Yes,
that.
you did. We spoke on the phone a couple nights ago about this. And you said if I come in and I testified that you would pay me.
I would
That's
pay
why
you
I'm here.
for the festival, the money you're owed.
No, that's not what you said. That was a
Okay,
separate
well,
issue. That was a separate issue.
No. Nope.
Okay, Mr. Heidecker, you are not under oath as a witness. You are here to ask
Okay.
questions. You have asked the question, you've elicited the answer. Any further questions?
Did I speak with you last night?
You spoke to me a couple nights ago.
2 nights ago, I'm sorry. 2 nights, can we adjust that to the record? 2 nights ago, we spoke on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And during that phone conversation, I asked you to testify on my behalf to the validity and create the conditions of the festival to give a better picture to the jury of the conditions of the festival.
Yeah, and I'm
That's
here
correct.
to tell the truth.
And you're here to tell the truth.
Exactly.
We appreciate that for you. And then I said, in exchange, or not in exchange, because your testimony would be so helpful, that I would be figuring out ways to make that $50K up. I would find to pay you for your work that you weren't able to do at the festival. Isn't that
No, and it's not even about the 50K only anymore. I mean, look at what's happened. You know what I'm saying?
We're here. We believe me. We know what happened. No one is in the dark there. That's dishonest to say that you that I was offering money for testimony.
I'm here to tell the truth, and I'm just telling the truth.
We have this witness is disregard.
That will be up to the jury, Mr. Heidecker. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
That's a bad guy. That's a bad guy.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Yeah. Well, good luck working on it. Good luck doing with your music. It sucks.
Mr. Heidecker.
That's why I get paid $50,000 a show, right?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be worth it.
Something that you couldn't afford.
Fuck off.
Something that you couldn't afford, right? Yeah.
Mr. Heidecker, that third contempt citation would be about 2 weeks after the first two.
I understand that, Judge, but that lawyer, or that DJ, Jack Orion, is a rat, and he lied to me. That's the truth.
Well, as you noted earlier, that will be up to the jury to decide, won't it?
They know what's right. They're smarter than all of us in this room combined.
Do you have a witness, perhaps?
Yes. I'd like to call to the stand the one of the concert goers is Jessie Pop. Bring Jessie Pop out.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Good morning, Mr. Pop.
Good morning.
Interesting name.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that your real name?
Yeah, Mom and Dad did well.
I love it. Jessie Pop. We had an episode of my television show with a character named Pop, actually. So,
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's not a common name.
No. I like rock, actually, more than pop. I'm just having a little fun. Okay. So, Mr. Pop, you attended the Desert Sun, the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you obviously were only there Friday because the event was canceled Friday night. And just in your own words, paint us a picture of your experience there that Friday.
I had a wonderful experience at the festival. I thought great music, good food, good vibe all around. DKR rocked, and I didn't see anyone get sick or injured or hurt at the festival. And I thought Tim was doing a great job up on stage, slaying it on the laptops, making good beats for everyone.
Interesting. You mentioned me, the defendant, playing music on stage. So you eyewitness to me up on stage.
Of course, yeah. You were up there making sure everyone was having a great time, killing it.
Yeah, and that you didn't see the defendant handing out vape pens or being associated with this kind of activity?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your testimony. It was very helpful, and it's good to hear the other side of the coin on that. I have no further questions, but thank you very much for coming in.
Of course, yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Pop. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
You're looking at your watch. You have another engagement?
Oh, no, I'm just, checking the time.
I understand. What do you do for a living?
I do a lot of things.
Can you tell me some of those things? I'd be very interested in knowing.
I kind of dabble. I've been in the fast food industry. I've worked as a hired hand for people, farming, that kind of thing, yeah.
Are you an actor?
No.
Have you ever been employed by Mr. Heidecker?
No.
No. May I remind you that you're under oath, and you know the consequences for lying under oath to perjury. Your Honor, at this time, the prosecution would like to show a clip from the TV show Decker, which is Mr. Heidecker's show. I think we'll be quite informed by what we see.
Hearing no objection, I will allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can bailiff bring in the TV, please?
Something about this just doesn't feel right.
Is that you, Mr. Pop?
Yes.
Call to strike the witness. At this point, he's my witness. I don't think we need to
Your
continue.
Honor, please.
Denied.
May I continue my questioning without interruption by the defendant?
Yes, you may.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Pop?
Yes.
Mr. Pop has just acknowledged his headshot on the Internet Movie Database, which is a database maintained for professional actors. And below it, you'll see his one credit on the TV show Decker, which is owned by Mr. Heidecker. Your Honor, I'd like to admit this into evidence as exhibit number 28.
Sure.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. One more question, Mr. Pop.
Yes, sir.
Are you being compensated by the defendant for your testimony today?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I take it you have no further questions, Mr. Heidecker?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
The witness is excused. Do you have any actual witnesses to call here today?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I would like to call to the court acclaimed actor and... Hold on, Joe. I'd like to call to the stand acclaimed actor, played the president, Jason Davidson, and Jason Davidson Jr. on the Decker TV show. A very good friend of the defendant. Let's welcome Joe Estaves. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Tim.
Get in here. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Get in there.
Yes, sir. If you take the stand, please.
Yes, sir.
Be sworn in first.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did. Hey.
This is pretty cool to have you here.
Well, you know, anything I can do.
Yeah. We're thrilled. I think the whole court's thrilled to have you here.
Well, I'm on it.
A little starstruck, I bet some of them are.
I doubt that, but...
I just would maybe state your name.
Joe Estaves.
Okay. And your profession?
I'm a professional actor.
Terrific. We know you from a number of, obviously, you played Jason Davidson on Decker.
Decker, absolutely. Very proud of it.
And sort of the president. You play the president.
I play the president of the United States. Yes, sir.
We don't need to school the court on that, do we?
And you play my hero.
I appreciate that. Excuse me. keep this down here. Joe, you've known, I will say the defendant, but we're talking about me here. You've known the defendant for?
Oh, gosh, I guess 5-6 years now at least.
Yeah. And pretty, what are your general thoughts, impressions of the defendant and as a guy?
Meaning, Tim, I always thought you were terrific, and you and I always got along together, and you know, it cast me as the president on me. You know, that's a terrific compliment to me, and no, I think we got a great relationship.
Would you, did the expression, he'd never hurt a fly, would that apply to me, would apply to the defendant, would you think?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And we've, anything else you want to add about my character or my general good intentions, goodwill, good naturedness? Anything you want to?
Yeah. Well, you know, Tim and I are obviously different generations. You know, we don't hang out together. It's you know, we talk off the set, et cetera, but I always thought of Tim as a hail fellow, and always there, hail fellow.
Hail fellow.
Hail fellow. It's an old term, but just an all-around good guy that you could count on. You could count on Tim. So that's
you can count. I'm sorry. You
can count on Tim.
Count on Tim.
Yes, sir.
That's coming from Joe Estaves.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Like I say, you know, different generations. You know, I mean, I'm not a young buck like yourself, but But you know, professionally and off camera and such, swell guy. All
right. Well, I what are your opinions on? Excuse me. What happened here? Any feeling one way or the other? I know you have some feelings about the Luther Sanchez.
You know, I frankly I didn't know Luther that well, and of course I think this is.
But you formed an opinion on him.
Well, I don't want. I really don't want to say. I mean, you know, because I don't really know the person.
But you would assume he was the one responsible for what happened here.
Well, you know, I know you, and I know you to be a good guy, and
I'm gonna ask the question again.
Okay.
Do you think that the defendant could be complicit, could be involved in this kind of activity?
Much more so than say you.
You say, okay, Joe, you're confusing the audience.
Okay, I know you, and I know you to be a straight shooter and a good guy.
May the record show Mr. Estaves is talking about the defendant.
Yeah, I know the defendant to be a straight shooter and a good guy. I don't know this other fellow.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask you again, and I'm going to ask you to be honest here, and to be straight.
Okay.
And not do circles around the truth.
Okay.
These kids here who are dead now.
Yeah.
They're blaming it on me. Is it something that you believe I could ever do?
Oh, no, of course not. No. I think it was, of course, it was a tragedy, an incredibly unfortunate incident. And, you know, you hate to say, well, things like this happen, but things like this happen. And it's a shame. You know, we wish we could turn the clock back.
That we do.
But, for reasons, no, you're not responsible for that.
Thank you for that. I have no further questions, and thank you very much. And this is one of the great men out there, so let's remember that. No further questions, Your Honor.
Do the people wish to engage in cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Joe.
Hi, Mr. Estaves.
Hi.
You stated that you've known the defendant for about 5 or 6 years, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you've talked offset, off camera, I think is what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever been to Tim's home?
To his, Like I say, it's a different generation, so we run in, different circles. So no.
So the answer would be no. Have you spent any time with him outside of working on the Decker TV series?
Well, we do have done other TV things together. Yes. So besides Decker, yes, we've.
So you've done other TV things, but have you spent any personal time with him?
No, we've done lunch together.
Okay. Have you ever been to a DKR or Decker performance?
No, ma'am. No.
Did you ever have a chance to observe the interaction between Tim Heidecker and Dr. Sand?
Not really. No, maybe, not really.
So nothing struck you as alarming or out of the usual?
No. I mean, like I said, I don't even know this Dr. Sands, really.
In your opinion, did Tim ever seem to be off, like possibly he was on drugs while working?
I mean, that's just an opinion thing. I mean, maybe sometime, maybe. I don't know.
Did Tim have a drug problem?
Well, we thought so. We had a stage an intervention for him, after.
I'm sorry, who's we?
Well, me and some of the fellow actors and his friends, John Appier.
Objection. There's relevance to defendant's
Overruled.
history. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead with your answer.
No, she said, I'm sorry. You said overruled?
Said your objection is overruled.
I thought you meant her question.
No.
Continue.
I'm sorry, you were saying that you and some of the actors and the crew and various other people decided to throw an intervention?
Well, Tim's friends, we thought he may have a little problem, after he set himself on fire.
Ah, I'm sorry, could you repeat that just in case the jury didn't hear that?
He had an accident. I don't know the circumstances behind it, but he got hurt pretty badly in a blaze, in a fire.
Where he set himself on fire, I believe
Well,
that's what you said?
let me retract that. He was burnt in a fire. I don't set himself on fire.
And did you observe that his issues with the drugs got better after the intervention?
You can't tell something like that.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Heidecker.
For the jury. Keep that.
Mr. Heidecker.
Sorry.
Do you have any further questions for your witness?
No. Thank you, Joe. You're excused. We'll talk later.
Okay.
I excuse the witness. Mr. Estaves, thank you for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to request that the jury be reminded that signs written by the defendant held up in their direction are not admissible as evidence.
Thank you. The actions of Mr. Heidecker while sitting at counsel table are not evidence. They are not testimony. They have no bearing whatever on the merits of this case.
That's not a problem, Your Honor. This will be used in my closing statement.
And it will go back on the table right now. Thank you. Are there any further witnesses to call?
Yes, Your Honor, I have another witness that I would like to call who is in the courtroom at this hour. And his name, we've seen him before. I'd like to bring him back to the witness stand, is Gregg Turkington. I'm going to call Gregg Turkington to the stage.
Mr. Turkington, I will remind you, you are still under oath.
So, do it again then.
Mr. Turkington. Thank you for getting back up on the stand to answer some questions I have. So you're very interested in the trial. You've been joining us in the galley throughout these proceedings. Do you have any personal relationship with the outcome, or are you just a fan of courtroom proceedings?
Well, no, I was there for everything that happened, so of course I'm interested in seeing what happens.
Okay. And on your testimony, I believe it was the first day of testimony. It might have been the second day. You
second day.
Thank you very much. You indicated that you were a expert of film, and I think
Well established.
I think it's important to understand. Actually, something the Judge Simnak here reminded us at the beginning of the trial is that if one part of a witness's testimony is either incorrect or false, then his entire testimony has to be removed from the record. Is that correct, Judge?
I believe you mischaracterized the instruction. The instruction is certainly if anything proves to be false, that will taint the jury's view of the entire testimony, but it is still in the jury's discretion to evaluate the remainder of the testimony in light of the observation that there was a falsehood.
Understood. But I think it's important to clarify this witness who has identified himself as a film buff, a film
That's not under
historian.
dispute.
Well, please, can you?
Just simply respond to questions.
I'm just
please.
answering what he's saying.
I'm not asking a question.
Questions.
It is important that we establish the validity of the claim that prosecution has made that this man here before you is a film expert. Excuse me.
And please proceed with your questioning along those lines.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and you can answer them however you see fit. But I just want to remind the jury that this is to establish whether or not...
Objection, Your Honor, the defendant is testifying to the jury.
Yes. Please confine your remarks to questions to your witness.
Mr. Turkington, your favorite movie?
It would be like probably a three-way tie. Casablanca, Jaws, Gone with the Wind, and then coming up on the rear like Sleepless in Seattle, and probably Raiders of the Lost Ark, and...
All right, I asked for your favorite movie, not
and
top 10.
If you're talking about single movies, those would be them. If you're talking about a series, it would be Bond or Hobbit or Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
But if you pick those, that would be several movies. So
I
you'd
understand.
have to categorize that
Thank
as a
you.
series.
And reminder, you are under oath. Have you seen the film Citizen Kane?
I've seen it 7 times.
Okay. That is, in fact, a lie. So we can make that.
All right, 8 times. Maybe I'm wrong by 1, but
He hasn't seen it once, Your Honor.
Mr. Heidecker.
Rosebud is the last line of the movie. If anybody wants to check that, that would be
Rosebud.
evidence.
Well, we'll have to look into that.
Well, it's pretty
Excuse
common
me.
knowledge.
Thank you.
you've seen
A couple more questions, and then I'll let you go back to your busy day of watching movies like a loser.
Objection, Your Honor.
How would you describe that? How would you describe that behavior, sitting around watching these movies?
Please
over and over?
direct your comments to the bench and not to other counsel.
How would you describe it, Judge? A man who sits around watching movies all day. These Sleepless in Seattle, Hobbit movies. Is that a winner?
It's better than killing people at a music festival.
That deserves a punishment right there. That's because that's tampering
But
with
you
the
brought
evidence.
it up.
Mr. Heidecker.
Okay, I will wrap things up here.
Please.
Have you seen the movie Sully, starring
Yes.
Tom Hanks?
I was at a critic sneak peek before the actual premiere.
All right.
3 days before the premiere, they had a sneak peek for critics, which only the best and most esteemed.
You're on the record as saying you've seen it, even though the evidence shows. I'll show evidence
You
here.
have responded to the question, Mr. Turkington.
I'll show
Mr.
evidence.
Heidecker,
Thank you,
Mr. Heidecker.
I have
will take
evidence
care
that
of-
I have evidence that shows him admitting to have not seen.
I saw it before Sully himself saw the movie. Because he was at the world premiere, but I was at the critic sneak peek. So I've seen the movie.
Final question.
Where's the evidence that I haven't seen it?
I will submit that to
Mr.
court.
Turkington, please.
I will submit
Respond
that.
to questions.
Thank you. Final question. You're familiar with the Star Trek franchise?
The movie franchise, I'm not so much into the TV one, but the original movies and also the remakes, yes.
Okay, and can you clarify for the court here, Star Trek II was that shot? Did that movie take place in San Francisco?
Yes, it did. San Francisco shot there and also set there because the Starship Enterprise returns to San Francisco.
Okay, and to jump ahead, Star Trek IV does not take place in San Francisco.
That takes place in outer space.
I have no
Most
further-
of the Star Trek movies do.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
People wish to cross-examine.
No, Your Honor, we're done asking the witness questions.
Mr. Turkington, you are excused.
Thank you.
From testimony.
If I could just make one quick statement to the court.
Please make it brief.
We have been through a lot, everybody, and I just want to just remind everybody that we just heard from Mr. Turkington that some so-called film expert who also had quite a bit to say about my character and quite a bit to say about the events as they took place, as we discuss, has said a number of untruths today in his testimony, and that will be proven without a shadow of a doubt tomorrow in court. So stay tuned for that.
Any further witnesses or evidence to put on today, Mr. Heidecker?
I do not have any further witnesses today, Your Honor.
All right then, we will stand in recess. We're in recess.
Later. See you tomorrow.
Night.
Stick with the plan. I mean, we can't lose. The object is to not lose. Yeah. Okay. So. Hey. Thanks for being here for this. Okay. How you doing this morning? Okay. So you do these, how do these work?
Each of them has different phrases. And
Oh, like more commonly used phrases, right. That's interesting. Morning.
Good morning.
I only have a couple
All
more.
rise for the Honorable Judge Sinding.
court is in session. Please be seated. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, spectators. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This is the People's State of California versus Timothy Richard Heidecker, case number 02-CF-025. Mr. Heidecker.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, jury. I would like to call my first witness for the defense for the day is acclaimed cinema screenwriter and film director Nicholas Meyer.
Sir, would you please be sworn in?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Meyer.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm fine so far.
Any relation to Oscar?
I was once nominated for an Oscar
There
for
you
the
go.
screenplay I wrote for the 7% Solution.
Okay, well there we go. We have let's sort of a celebrity-filled occasion today. It's very exciting. Congratulations to you on the nomination. Just for the record, may you state your full name and spell your last name, please.
Nicholas Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. And Mr. Meyer, can you give the court and the jury here a little background? I know you've already mentioned the nomination of the Oscar, which is very exciting, but give us a little more background on your career.
I've written, directed a bunch of movies over the years, including some of the Star Trek films, The Day After, my anti-nuclear film.
Okay, I think that gives us a pretty good background. You mentioned Star Trek, which the television show or the movies or?
I co-wrote and directed Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. I co-wrote and directed Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. And I co-wrote but did not direct Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, which was directed by Leonard Nimoy.
Okay, I would like to speak briefly about Star Trek IV, the subtitle of which you just said was...
I didn't.
I'm sorry. The title of Star Trek IV,
The Voyage Home.
The Voyage Home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and as a screenwriter, you're pretty familiar with the story of that
Yes,
movie?
I'm pretty familiar with the story.
Yeah, I would hope so. When you say home in that title, what does home refer to?
Earth.
Okay, Earth. So the Star Trek gang is out in space, and their voyage in that episode, in that movie, is to Earth.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, though, is there a location in that film where...
San Francisco. They go to San Francisco.
So, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Because we had an outburst here. Where does the main plot of Star Trek IV take place?
The crew of the Enterprise returns to Earth seeking the help of humpback whales to answer a probe from outer space with a matching signal.
In Star Trek II.
Mr. Turkington, one warning and one warning only. One more outburst, and you will be dismissed from this courtroom.
Just trying to get accurate.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't see the relevance of Mr. Meyer's testimony as to the Star Trek movies.
The relevance is you brought this fraud here, Gregg Turkington, as an expert witness,
Yes.
when his understanding, his basic understanding of movies is there is none. He doesn't seem to understand very fundamental aspects of film. May I ask you again, Mr. Meyer, where does the plot of Star Trek IV take place? What city?
San Francisco.
Thank you. In Star Trek II, you also directed and wrote Star Trek II.
Yes.
Does any of that movie take place in San Francisco?
Yes, there are actually a couple of scenes that are set in San Francisco. They weren't filmed there, but the Starfleet Academy, the simulator room, those were intended to be San Francisco, and Kirk's apartment overlooks San Francisco Bay. It's a set.
Hold on.
That's what I've been saying.
No.
Mr.
Turkington.
San Francisco.
Can we, I don't know, it's a kangaroo court.
Would you please assist Mr. Turkington in finding the hallway?
Set in San Francisco, Star Trek 2.
Star Trek 2 is not set in San
He just said it
Francisco.
was set in, he directed it. And he said
Can you
Mr.
clarify your
Turkington-
answer because you're being very vague,
He
sir?
said it was set
I'm being
in
vague?
San
No.
Francisco, Star Trek 2.
Star Trek 2, the plot, you would not classify the plot of Star Trek 2 as being set in San Francisco.
No, what I said were that there were a couple of scenes in the movie that were set but not filmed in San Francisco.
If you were asked, a man on the street, which Star Trek movie takes place in San Francisco, your answer would be?
Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Meyer, when did you first meet the defendant, Tim Heidecker?
I met him this morning, but I got a call from him around 10:30 last night.
So you just met him today.
Correct.
And what did he say when he called you last night?
He asked me to appear here today as an expert witness.
And did he offer to pay you?
He did.
What did he offer to pay you?
$10,000.
I have no further questions.
I have a right to call expert witnesses and pay them whatever I want. Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer. This is unbelievably generous of you to come down here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. You are dismissed.
Okay.
That was pretty cool.
Your Honor, I move that the entire testimony of Mr. Myers be stricken by the record was totally irrelevant. We call Mr. Turkington to stand for purposes other than his views on the Star Trek movies.
Well, I request that the jury throw out all the testimony of Gregg Turkington because obviously he's a liar and a rat and completely unqualified to discuss anything, especially movies.
Motion is overruled. The testimony will stand. No further argument is necessary on this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Heidecker, any further witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I have one final witness, and I'll be resting my case.
Just one?
Yes, sir. I would
Very
like
good.
to call to the stand my brother from another mother, as we said earlier, the second half of the dynamic DKR duo, the one and only Manuel. Manuel? Sissy. What is it? How do you say your last name again? Sissy? Giusti, yes. My brother. You'll be all right. All right, get up there.
Do you swear, under the penalty of perjury, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Manuel.
You're welcome.
First, would you please state your full name and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Manuel Giusti, spelled Giusti.
Juicy. I love it. What is your relationship with the defendant? Me?
We are brother. We've been like in DKR for a long time. We've been touring together. We've been sharing a lot of things, and we're brother for life. Yeah.
And just to not create any mystery here, any sort of tomfoolery, you also were an actor in Decker, correct?
Yeah.
You played?
I play Manuel.
Or you played Agent Kington?
Agent Kington as well. Yeah.
And also played yourself.
Yeah,
as
I play
a member
myself
of
as
the bar.
Manuel, the guitar player of DKR, and Agent Kington. Yeah.
And you're a great singer, great guitar player.
Yeah. Guitar player, I really love what I do. I really love being in DKR.
How would you describe Mr. Heidecker? As a brother, as a friend, as a good guy?
He's a great guy. He's a loyal person, and I don't understand what this whole thing is all about. I mean, this sounds like a joke. I mean, there is one thing that I know for sure that Tim could never do, and it's like do something bad to his fan. I mean, they mean the world to him. So I don't know what this thing is all about. Really, this sounds like a joke to me.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Giusti, it is not a joke. This is very serious.
Yeah, I know it's not.
Now, you told me something very shocking, I'll say. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may approach the witness.
This came as a big shock and a surprise to me because we've known each other a long time, and we are brothers, and we tell each other almost everything.
Yeah.
And this morning, you confided something in me, some secret that you've been holding in.
Yes. I met Dr. San the night that he hanged himself.
Okay.
And
sorry, just because the accent, we love the accent.
Oh, yeah.
But if I can just translate a bit.
Yeah.
And you can confirm. You'd met him before.
Yeah.
But you met with Mr. Sanchez, as you knew him to be, Dr. San. The night he hanged himself.
Your Honor,
Yes.
objection. The defendant's leading the witness.
I'm clarifying his answer because we have a hard time hearing him because he didn't grow up here.
Sir, leave it up to the
Heidecker,
judge.
I didn't hear any of this in his answer the first time through.
Okay, I will ask you then to restate, and if you could speak as clear as possible. Thank you.
I met Dr. San the night that he killed himself.
Is that clear for everybody? Does everyone unclear about what they just heard? Okay, thank you. You met with him. You went to the prison?
Yeah.
What happened? You wanted to see how he was doing?
Yeah, I wanted to check on him, how he's doing. I knew he was in prison, so...
And what happened when you met with him?
Well, we talked for a little bit and then he handed me a letter.
He handed you a letter?
Yes, he did.
And let me just state this. This is news to me. I think it's news to everybody here. Because you told me this when?
No.
This morning, yeah. This morning.
This morning.
And Mr. Giusti, do you have this letter with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any reason why you waited this long to sort of expose this this bombshell?
Not really. It's just I just got it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you have the letter with you?
Yes.
This was a letter written, I would say, hours before Mr. Sanchez took his own life.
Yes, I assume so.
Fair to call it a suicide note or a final message to the world?
Objection, Your Honor. We have no way of authenticating this letter.
Believe me, it's...
And Mr. Heidecker, we have no foundation for the timing of the writing of the letter.
Fair enough. We'll have to leave it up to the sworn testimony of our witness here. He witnessed the writing of the letter. He witnessed the handing off of the letter.
He gave me the letter.
Thank you. Can we please the court, Mr. Giusti, can we show the letter? If I can touch the letter, I'll touch it.
Your Honor,
Okay.
he's showing off.
Am I not allowed to show off evidence? Would you mind, since you're the one that received the letter, I think it should be you who reads it.
Yeah. I, Dr. San, am only one responsible for all the death from the Electric Sun 20. It is all my fault. Tim Heidecker is innocent and is too busy writing and producing its song with Decker and DKR, as well as its show Decker. Signed, Dr. Sam.
Signed, Dr. Sam. Thank you. And I'd like to place this in evidence.
Objections?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to object to this. We want everything stricken from the record. There's been no foundation, no authentication. We haven't been presented the evidence prior to this proceeding this morning. There's ample ground to deny admitting the letter into evidence.
I think before I rule on that motion, I would like to hear some cross-examination of the witness.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. You want to? Should we? You want to hold it? Okay. It was written by him. In that case, I think the letter speaks for itself. I think your testimony speaks for itself. I thank you for your courage.
You're welcome.
And I honor you for having the bravery to come out here and finally tell. I know sometimes it takes a while to let the truth rise to the top, and you've really shown yourself to be a stand-up guy.
Anytime.
And I understand why Dr. Mr. Sanchez confided in you with this secret, and I'm glad the truth has finally come out.
Okay, Mr. Heidecker, I've given you wide latitude on the editorializing. Please wrap this up.
I have no further questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Giusti.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Your accent, I assume you're Italian?
Yes.
And I also assume you're Roman Catholic?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection.
Do you consider yourself to be a...
Objection. Witness's religion has nothing to do with his testimony.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Do you consider yourself to be a devout Roman Catholic?
Yes.
I have one question for you. Who wrote the letter? I want to remind you that a few minutes ago, you took an oath and you swore before God that you would tell the truth. I'm going to ask you now one more time. Who wrote the letter? Please answer the question, sir.
Tim gave it to me this morning.
Okay.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Needless to say, the motion to exclude is granted. The jury will disregard this letter. They will disregard this witness's testimony in its entirety. Sir, you're excused. Mr. Heidecker, the court is running out of contempt citation forms. But trust me, they are coming.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
Do you have any further witnesses, evidence of any kind to present to this courtroom other than your own oration?
No, Your Honor. At this time, the defense rests. Thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your service. I don't believe that's been said nearly enough during these proceedings. Both the people and the defense have presented their evidence. At this point, both the people and the defense are entitled to give you closing arguments. I will remind you that statements made by counsel are not evidence. That seems particularly appropriate admonition for me to make in this case. The prosecution, the people will first present their closing argument, and then the defense. Mr. Rossetti, are the people ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
The electric 20. Kids from our community who were killed by this individual. In my 30 years As a prosecutor for San Bernardino County, I have never seen such a heinous crime and such a tragedy. My heart bleeds for these people. Excuse me, but I can't help myself. You've been patient, you've been attentive, and you've been honest to listen to the overwhelming evidence, much of it technical in nature, pertaining to this music festival. Now, you have to do your job. I told you at the beginning of this trial that I would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this man is a killer, and he is. But now you have to decide. Justice is in your hands. You have to decide if this tragedy, which not only affected our community, but affected communities nationwide, should receive retribution. I'm not going to be overly technical in my rehash of the evidence you've heard. You've heard enough. You've been here for 6 days. I think that's enough. But I will touch on a few relevant facts. Mr. Heidecker, along with his co-conspirator, Luther Sanchez, Dr. San. What a joke. Didn't even have a medical degree, no medical background whatsoever. Conspired with this individual to manufacture, market, and produce these vape pens, which the medical examiner of San Bernardino County testified contain toxic chemicals. Chemicals that were found in the body of not one, not two, not three, not four, but all of these kids. So what are we going to do about it? Vape pens that were sold by TGH Vape Systems, Inc. It wasn't even registered as a corporation in the state of California. We showed you a list of companies, shells and LLCs and S corporations and the like. They weren't even registered. But they were all owned and controlled by the defendant, Timothy Heidecker. As fraudulent as this music festival, where various individuals testified that they had attended and they didn't receive the goods or the services that they were promised when they made their purchases. So devastating was this tragedy that someone of questionable moral character, Dr. San, committed suicide. He hung himself. Unwilling to face criminal charges himself. Tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. It's heartbreaking, really. And one of the most heartbreaking things is Mr. Heidecker's own son, Tom Cruise Heidecker, of the Tom Cruise Heidecker Fund, may have also died at the hands of Dr. San. I have never heard or seen such criminal culpability as I've seen in this case. So what do we do? It's going to take each and every one of you to decide in good conscience if this man is guilty. Because if he is found guilty, he will go to prison for a long time. But he'll still be alive. Those kids, they're not alive. Their mothers and fathers and loved ones, they will never get these children back. And the victims, the other 137 people who attended the festival, they'll never have normal lives. So I'm going to ask you now. I'm going to implore you. Please, see that justice is done. Convict this individual. And God will smile upon you. I thank you for your time.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Rossetti. Mr. Heidecker, do you have a closing statement to make?
Oh, yes, I do, Your Honor. I don't know how I'm going to follow Mr. Rossetti's beautiful performance there. Too bad Mr. Meyer wasn't here. You might cast him in one of his movies.
It's enough, Mr. Heidecker.
Thank you. Let me begin just by thanking you, Judge Sismic, for your patience and your unbelievable leadership here in the courtroom, and to you, the jury. I mean, this has been what a week, and you've been so patient. I know if I was you, I'd be itching to get out of here, and you've been just. I could tell you guys have it up here more than most, and it's been an honor to get to see you every day. Quick note. I'm not a guy that likes to lay blame quickly and haphazardly. I do want to just say I've been a couple days here this week. I brought in a can of Sprite, and the reason I did that was I'm trying not to drink coffee, and I thought that the Sprite would give me a little pep, a little caffeine, and on the fourth day or something, somebody says, "Hey, you know the Sprite's caffeine free." So that didn't work, and so if you saw me sort of nodding off or anything, I should have gone with Coke, which has caffeine. All right, let's get into this. Well, there's a lot to cover. We've heard a lot from the prosecution, and when we come down to it, I just want to let this sit with you. I am an innocent man. I've been framed by this prosecutor. I don't know why, but let's see if we can figure it out. I'm going to use this board, if you don't mind. We'll just walk through it, because it's a little like going back to school, isn't it? This whole experience. How's this? Can everybody see this? So what happened on the night of April 14th? First of all, we have a lot of conflicting information. There's so much information, right? For instance, we had, what was the kid who died of heroin? We have heroin in the blood of one of our, is he still in here? No. We had some people out of that 20 who didn't even die from the vape pen. So that opens the question, did anybody die from the vape pen? That's sort of our first question mark, and we'll just put question marks here. Was it heroin? Was that was the evidence tainted by the prosecution? Was there meddling? Those questions haven't been asked, and they haven't been addressed. Secondly, So that's one. We have, put that up here, the China connection. And let's just remember, I'm not here to answer these questions. Okay? I don't know what happened. That's not my duty. That's not my responsibility. That's the state's. That's the prosecutor here. That's their job. They don't have the answers. I don't have the answers. They are the ones responsible for answering these questions. They're not asking the question, what is the China connection? What connects these chemicals from Shanghai, from K2? What misleading information did they provide? Were they connected here? Okay. We have testimony from the night of the festival. Orion Jacks. Number 3. One of the star performers, who is sworn testimony, confirms that I don't have his testimony in front of me right here, but the gist of the confession is he had a good time. Okay. And now, so he creates more questions. Where was he on the night? Is there anything connecting here? I don't know. We don't know where he was. We don't have record of that. He didn't testify to that. These are questions that the state has failed to ask. You guys pay taxes. I pay taxes. Judge pays taxes. We're paying these people. And yet they throw their net out and they bring in the first fish they catch. And that happened to be me, unfortunately. But there's more to this. We have, I'm calling him Dr. Sand, because he'll always be Dr. Sand to me, despite the news. So this is number 4. We have Dr. Sand's confession. Why does a person kill themselves, right? A lot of people are depressed. A lot of people have bad relationships, and they just feel like there's no point. But some people kill themselves because they know they did something so wrong that they can't live with themselves. And that's the case of Dr. Sand. And we have his letter, which is up for dispute. That's for you guys. You guys are smart. You can figure it out. Some people think my friend Manuel made it up. I don't. I happen to believe my friend. And he's never lied to me before. I believe that letter to be genuine. The state's going to try to muddy that. They're going to say that you can't look at it, but you can. You can remember, because I showed it to you, and you saw it. That was a letter from Dr. Sand. And he said that I didn't do anything wrong. So that's for you to decide. But and I'm happy you're deciding that, because I'd rather have you guys in the driver's seat than these rats here. And they're liars. And I don't know what I did to them. I don't know what I did to them that they're so upset with me. We have Star Trek 2, and I'll say 4. We have the testimony of one of the great directors of all time. He's up there with Hitchcock and the rest, directing Star Trek 2, confirming that the testimony of Mr. Turkington was nothing but a bunch of baloney. That Mr. Turkington has no expertise, so anything he says in this courtroom, and he said a lot, should be thrown out with the baby with the don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But in this case, his testimony was junk. So when he said something, you have to throw it out. So we don't listen to Mr. Turkington. He is a rat, and also just not informed about film. And we have character. We have character. Joe. Axe. And to some degree, Manuel. These are the people in my life who know me, who told you the true story. He doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. He doesn't know me. These people know me. They know that, well, this isn't connected. This is a whole other thing. But these connections make sense because he's the one that had the connection with the CS labs. What was the chemical solutions? That's Sand doing that crap, calling those places, getting the orders together for that. So then we have down here, we'll just make this lucky number 7. Tim. Who is the defendant? He is an artist, a poet, a rock musician, an actor, writer, producer, festival organizer, entrepreneur. Proud of those companies, by the way. I'm not denying that I have any relationship with those companies. He wants me to cower and hide in the corner and say I have nothing to do with great companies like Six Bag Cinemas and the On Cinema franchise. These are companies I built with my blood and my sweat. And so I'm proud of them. I'm not shirking away from that. But what is my relationship to the events of that night? I was playing music, something I love. You know, we already have testimony that it was being played all night. Empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle, empty bottle. Number 1 download. As a festival organizer, you see me, I'm there setting things up. I'm getting the stage set up, getting the PA plugged in, getting the lights together, talking to vendors. And then the crowd comes in, and I do what I do best. I hit the stage. I get behind the tops. I start spinning. I get the beats going. I'm playing an Empty Bottle, the Empty Bottle remix, 2.0 remix. And I'm ripping it. I'm a performer, an artist, up on stage doing what he does best. Nowhere near the vape tent. Nowhere near what Dr. Sam was cooking up. I was just a man at the scene of the crime. I was just a man at the scene of the crime. A little bit like Mark Pryor. Who was there? Just a man at the scene of the crime. Is Mark Pryor on trial? What about Tyler Haldred? Huh? Does he belong up here? If he was alive? What about Valerie Davis? We saw her mother. She came in here telling her sob story. Does she belong? Is she to be blamed for the activities of this? What happened here? What happened at the festival? I'm just a man at the scene of a crime. In the case of Valerie Davis, it's unfortunate. But she's not guilty. Why? If we had a headshot of me, I'd be right here. I'd be filling in, what's his name? The junkie. And let's just remember, let's take a step back. Let's remember Chris. Chris Delgado. Chris Delgado came up to me. I told this story in my opening statement. I'm going to tell it again. Chris Delgado came up to me before the festival began and said, if anything should happen to me at the festival, I don't know what it would be. Who knows? Anything. Violence. knives. There's a lot of violence at these festivals, Judge. Almost like he comes up, I said, hey, can I help you? He says, I just want to thank you for throwing this festival, and if anything should happen to me, I can tell by the way you're behaving today, by the way you've handled things so far, is that it could never have been you. And that's sworn testimony. That's from my memory. I'm on the record now. And he said, but if something does happen to me, I want you to use my memory to start to do something good, do something positive. And that's, like I said, I want to start the Electric Sun 20 Music Foundation. Okay? Or we could call it the Delgado Fund. Because he represents everybody here. And like I said, what we would do with that foundation is we would provide grants and loans and funding for budding musicians, kids like Chris who have music in their heart, who could use a $50, $100 gift certificate to Guitar Center so they can get the latest software or keyboard, MIDI keyboards. Maybe some of these kids wouldn't have gone down that trail with Dr. Sand had they had music in their lives, had they had financial opportunities to produce and mix. And maybe they'd be up on the stage with me and Orion Jax and DJ Stomp. Up until now, my accounts have been frozen. My life has been ruined as I wait this trial. It's taken forever for this district attorney to get his S together to get us here today. And now it's been a positive experience for me because I'm looking forward to get it behind me so we can get to work, get to do the real work of giving back. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so humbled to be able to present my case to you, and I'm confident that you'll make the right choice. Find me innocent on all accounts. Let me get back to doing the good work that I've been put on this planet to do by God. And one more time for Judge Zizmic, and the court and the bailiff and everybody. Just done an unbelievable job today and this week. No thanks to these two. We've been nothing but trouble. But we do respect your service. And anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heidecker. People wish to offer a rebuttal.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this point, you've heard the testimony, the evidence from both sides. You've heard closing arguments from both sides. This case is now in your hands. Let me remind you, the burden is on the prosecution, on the people, to prove every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt.
That was the one thing I wanted to add.
Mr. Heidecker,
I'm sorry, but
Mr. Heidecker, you're done.
Thank you.
The burden is on the people to prove every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not the responsibility of the defense to prove innocence. It is merely the responsibility of the defense to raise a reasonable doubt about one or more elements of the offense. To remind you, Mr. Heidecker has been charged with 20 counts of second-degree felony murder. The burden that was on the prosecution was to prove that, number one, the defendant committed or was part of a conspiracy to aid and abet an inherently dangerous felony. Element number two, the defendant or the perpetrator, the co-conspirator, committed said inherently dangerous felony. Number three, the defendant or the perpetrator did an act that caused the death of another person. That's the third element. And number 4, the act causing the death was part of one continuous transaction. If you find that the people have proved each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must deliver a verdict of guilty. If you find that the people have not proven one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must return a verdict of not guilty. You'll be excused now to the jury room. The clerk will be outside. You may ask to hear any testimony read back to you, see any physical evidence. I instruct you that your first task is to elect a foreperson. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions?
No.
Hearing none, I will now excuse you to the jury room. We are in recess.
Yeah. What are we supposed to do, wait here all day?
All rise for the Honorable Judge Simzik.
Court is in session. Please be seated. It is the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this matter. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, first off, thank you very much for your service. Sometimes that gets lost. We all very much appreciate the time and effort that you've put into this. I'm going to ask you, as these verdicts are read, to listen very carefully. After the verdict is read, I will be asking for a show of hands as to whether you all agree that that is the verdict that you, in fact, have reached. To counsel, spectators, and to parties, I admonish you, as the verdicts are read, no visible reactions, no audible reactions. Please. The bailiff is authorized to use whatever appropriate and necessary means there are to enforce order and decorum in the courtroom. Thank you for that. I know you will all comply. Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
Will the defendant please rise and face the jury for the reading of the verdict?
Superior Court of California, County of San Bernardino, in the matter of People of the State of California versus Timothy Richard Heidecker, case number 02-CF-025, we, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Timothy Richard Heidecker, not guilty of the crime of felony second-degree murder in violation of Penal Code Section 19005, a felony upon Sean Levin, a human being, as charged in Count 7 of the information.
Has the jury reached a verdict as to counts 1 through 6 and 8 through 20?
No, we were not able to reach a unanimous decision.
Would any further time to deliberate be useful to the jury?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, having heard these verdicts read, I ask now by a show of hands, do you concur? This has been a very unusual case. It has consumed a great deal of time and energy on the part of the people, part of the County of San Bernardino, the people of the state of California. I will simply say the court is disappointed that we were unable to reach a verdict on 19 counts of second-degree felony murder. view of the jury's decision, the court has no choice but to declare a mistrial in this case.
Yes.
The people will have the option of refiling these charges and retrying them in a separate proceeding if they should choose to do so. This is a mistrial, and we are adjourned.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah, we got him, man.
Go back. So happy. So happy. That's so good. Well, Ari, let's go back to business, I'd say. Go back. Free man. Yes!
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, residents of San Bernardino County. I want to say it's been my honor and my privilege to seek justice on behalf of the Electric 20 and the other 135 victims who suffered this tragedy at the Electric Sun Desert Music Festival. I also want to thank everyone at the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office, and especially my co-counsel, Miriam Wayman, Assistant District Attorney, for their outstanding work and tireless efforts to see that justice has been served. I'd now like to turn the podium over to my co-counsel, Miriam, who'd like to say a few words.
Our hearts go out to the victims and their loved ones. We want you to know that we did everything we could to find justice on behalf of the injured survivors and the ones we lost. We did not achieve the result we wanted, but we have been proud to fight on behalf of the victims of this tragedy. We are disappointed with today's outcome. Taking into consideration numerous factors, including the burden on the taxpayers of San Bernardino County, as well as the likelihood of a successful prosecution, we will be taking some time to determine whether or not there will be a second trial. We want to thank you for your support of this office and your support of the victims of this tragedy. Are there any questions at this time?
So it was a hung jury. What was the breakdown of guilty versus not guilty?
We were informed that there were 11 for guilty and 1 for not guilty.
What was the issue with the holdout juror?
It is our understanding that it took the jury several days to reach a verdict, and because they weren't able to come to consensus, the judge felt that he...
You want to do this here? Is this okay? Thank you, everyone. Obviously, this is an incredible day for us. It's a beautiful blue sky day here, and we couldn't be happier with the results today. I want to say I'm happy. I'm not surprised. I felt like from day one we knew that I was innocent and that there was no way that the jury was going to miss that. You know, we came out strong from the top, and we're so happy. I mean, thank God for the one juror, really, who is sort of the stopgap here and created this amazing verdict. You know, the founding fathers, I want to give a shout out to them. They were no dummies. They created a system that allowed the protection of minorities like myself, who there's, you know, from when you have 12 people wanting to throw you in jail, you have to have that one person who sees the truth. And so we thank him or her, and we honor that person. Obviously, Mark Dwyer, I want to just say a few words about Mark, was my attorney for a little while there in the beginning. He turned out to be a dud. He was taking the case in the wrong direction. I think I made the right choice to dump him pretty much right away. You know, there's not a lot of people to thank, to be honest with you, because I was sort of a man alone. Obviously, my brothers here in Dakar, DKR, were there as much as they could be. I know we had some stumbling areas throughout their testimony, not their fault. As far as the DA goes, this Rossetti has turned out to be a total rat and a bad guy. And it's unbelievable that this county here is keeping him in this position. This is another career politician who's let down the people time and time again. He's a loser. He's flat. He's a rat. Rossetti the rat, we'd say. And I don't know how you find these people, if you elect them or not, but if you have elected them, who knows, maybe he'll have some competition next time. This is my first time being a lawyer, and I've proven myself to be basically unstoppable at this point. So we're excited about we're gonna go celebrate. I won't be taking any questions this time. I think one other thing I want to add is this experience, almost a year now, has been very challenging. And it's been very hard. It's been a lot of dark nights, and not knowing which way it was going to go. And I have to say, I think it's going to be creatively stimulating. I think I don't know if it's going to be a concept album or a rock opera or something, but I think it's going to create a lot of great material just having gone through this experience. Let's give a shout out to the Electric Sun 20. We wouldn't be here without them, unfortunately. I wish they were here, we could celebrate with them, but they're not. And that's all I have to say. So thank you guys so much, and let's hit the road. Thank you very much. Okay.